Alright, sorry about that, everyone. Just getting everything set up before we start. I'm also gonna need to stall a little bit of time because my my expert co-commentary is gonna be a little late, so that's alright though, we can make this work still. Besides, I don't think there's like anyone who's really here quite yet anyway, so there we go. Oh, hey, Akagi. Let me just take care of something real quick. Let me... there we go. Let's turn off emote-only chat. There we go. Alright, let's see. Let's take this little thing. No, this little thingy. And we can just hide that for now. Excuse me. In a little bit, we'll be getting Fugi Tech in here. Hey, Akagi. I think this is your first time here, so... or the first time I've seen you around here, at least. So, how's it going? Hope you're having a good day. We will be getting started in just a little bit, but first thing is I want to make sure, because to be honest, most of these movies and their associated villains, I have not actually seen these movies. So I, for those, don't feel totally comfortable talking about them all on my own, but once I have someone, my expert witness here, I'll be able to run my mouth a little more. Okay, let's make this fit. Here we go. And I'll do. Well, welcome. I know you came over from early. She really is a great bean, that dragon. Very, very solid bean. Alright, so just to explain, I guess, for now, while I also look for some good music. Let's see, let's go. Copyright free Halloween music. Do we get anything for that? Maybe. Well, let's see if this works. Okay. Harley's great. You don't think you've seen any of these films, but you vote Jigsaw for DT. Fair enough. So, to briefly explain what the tiers are going to mean, first off, let me get this out of the way. Since this is for horror movie villains, and virtually every single one of the people, I'm just taking a quick look, yeah, I think every single one of the people on the list have killed, and most of them have killed several people at least. So we're gonna be working with a couple of assumptions. First is that we're assuming that this is going to be a version of the character that either... some weird music. I'm gonna have to keep looking, I think. But we're going to be assuming that this is a version of them that, at the very least, will never harm you yourself. Ideally, probably also ones that, versions of them that just haven't done the horrible things. You know, that's gonna be the goal at least, I think. Right, let's see. Uh, on- While I fumble around for copyright music. Oh, copyright free music. Copyright free music. I gotta remember that part, that's important. Well, we're gonna be working with the assumption of those things just as like a solid baseline, because I don't know if this is just a me thing, but I think that like has never and will not kill someone or do horrible, horrible crime things to someone. I feel like that's a very, very low bar to set for a relationship partner. But that is a bar that we are going to set. Beyond that, we're also going to assume that everyone here has at least a base level of sapience. So, for instance, take the alien. The alien. Let me get that. The alien. Yeah, this one. The alien. It's in its home series. It is more akin to a predator. Ironically, a predator, not the predator. That's totally different. But it's considered more of like intelligent in the same way that a predatory animal would be intelligent. Like it's able to think and learn in that context, but it's not really intelligent enough for something like consent, which I think that if you're going to have a relationship, it has to be with someone who is able to have informed, intelligent, enthusiastic consent with you at any given time. So again, another very important element of this. Beyond that, let's see, I got 15 minutes more before my partner is going to be able to come, so, Sorry. Oh, another thing, because to be honest, I struggled a little bit with coming up with these. Are there any audience suggestions that anyone would like to have added to this list? I realize this is last second, but I'm kind of stalling a little bit for time, and also for ideas. But this is our current selection. Overall, I think we got a pretty good mix. We've got some individuals that I know are going to be fairly bottom tier, and some that are going to be surprisingly high up there, I think. That said, I think I might end up I think I might end up doing something in the background for the remaining like 14-ish minutes, which I feel like I should probably feel bad about doing, but I also want to be able to do something for you without going right into the main meat of the stream, since I do kind of want to make sure that I have someone who actually knows what is being talked about. Like, on the list right now, I have seen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these movies, and I have a total of, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 26, 7, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Yeah, I have 33, and I have 33 movies listed, and I only have actually viewed 5 of them. Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry, I forgot to count Alien. I have viewed 6 of them. Not a great ratio. Now, out of curiosity, what's Chat's favorite horror movie? I'm kinda genuinely curious. Oops, wrong button. Nope, nope. Nope, hold on. Oh no, this is chaos. There we go. I'm also, while this is happening, going to be putting on a game in the foreground, just so y'all have something to look at. And I don't have to worry about, ruining all of the stuff that I plan on talking about until my, my expert gets here. So, shh. I promise I am going to get to the just chatting. I will get to this tier listing, but for now, I'm trying to stall for another 11 minutes. You don't have one? Do you not have one in the sense that, like, you just haven't really watched enough horror movies before to have an opinion? Or do you not have one in the sense that, like, you just don't... Oh, you haven't seen enough... I see. Are you the kind of person who... Are you the kind of person, out of curiosity, who likes horror movies in, like, theory, but is actually kind of, you know, like, kind of a weenie when it comes to actually watching them? Because I know that is, that's some exact... I see, yeah. Correct again. I see. I find, personally, the best way I'm able to watch horror movies is if I focus on, trying to pull it apart actively while I'm watching it. So, like, if I actively try to not let myself get too invested in a movie, if I try to distance myself, like, there is absolutely no shame, I think, in watching a horror movie and just, like, looking from your peripheral vision when there are scary parts. Or just, like, looking away. I know that the whole point of horror movies is supposed to be, like, being able to feel scared in a situation that you ultimately know is still safe. but loud noises spook me. Try and think about how they made the film, how they filmed it, how they made the guy turn inside out, etc. Helps. Exactly, yeah. Like the special effects, as someone who is sort of an amateur costumer by passion, it's definitely something that helps with that. Also, it just gives me good ideas for that, like, because I want to be able to make cool shit, too. I want to be able to make weird inside-out people makeup. That'd be cool as hell. And some of the films on the list are going to be much more milder than others, so I think we should probably be fine, at least with some of them. Oh, also, if anyone was curious, what I'm currently playing is a game called Snake RX. It's basically if you took the classic, like, old school phone game Snake, but then made it so that it was with RPG elements and roguelike, and honestly, kind of wild overall. Okay, I guess I'm gonna try and build mages now. Honestly, like, I've played it a lot for my Wheel of Roguelite, my Wheel of Roguelikes, but it honestly I don't think has any right to be as fun and engaging of a game as it is. Also, like, although I have it muted right now so we can have the seasonal music, it has a soundtrack that is way, way better than it has any right to be. I was really hoping for... a mage. Aw, beans. Because, like, I think what makes it so engaging is you have to constantly think about the synergy behind the different items and the different units you have. If you have enough units of a certain class, you get this extra bonus perk that helps them out. And, like, most of the classes are some combination of multiple classes as well. Okay, so we got an elite fight coming up, which means it is a very difficult fight. Not something I love to hear. I don't really want to have... I don't really want to go into this fight without maxed out snake party size, so... Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Oh, that's a lot already. That's a lot. Oh god, that's so many. Okay, we managed to kill them though, so guess I can't be too upset. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, sure, go for it. Ah. Oh. Hmm? Where is it? Why isn't this working? Hmm. I'm sorry about that, Gaussian. I don't know why that didn't work. Hmm. Oh, I think because I reset my connectivity, I'll probably need to reset that too. Let me try and set that up real quick. Yep, it got reset. Alright, that's why. Alright, once I set this up... Okay, alright, yes, now Trigger Fire is rearmed. Excellent, excellent. Okay, and it looks like our expert is ready, so I'm gonna close out of this and pop open the call. Alright. Stretch, stretch, stretch. Hmm? Excuse me. Hmm? Hmm. Hmm. Let's see if it... Oh. Oh, I thank you, Akagi. Sure, I'd be more than happy to give you a little ara ara as a treat. Ara ara. Ara ara. Ara ara. Ara ara. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi!
Hello, hello. Alright, let me get Fugi Tech moved into position. Alright, so... Take Bouncy Bee.
Hello, everyone. My name is Julep, resident horny person.
Julep is my event expert in the field of horror movies. Would you mind sharing with us your professional experience with horror?
I grew up liking horror, being really fascinated by it, but my family did not like it.
Mm.
So I had to like figure out how to do that myself, like how to watch the movies. My first horror movie that I watched was The Ring.
Oh,
Very quiet, can barely hear.
oh,
Um,
very quiet.
I
All right, I will boost them up.
and I found the copy of The Ring. I bought it a used DVD a
Oh
few too late,
no, that's like the worst
and
way to see that particular movie.
but it's fine. It was in a GameStop.
Oh no, that's exactly where they would have left it though. Oh
So
no.
and I watched it by myself
Oh
on my
no.
computer.
Oh
And I would pause the movie and walk around the house every
no.
uh,
Oh no.
uh, it was a whole thing. Uh, like I would, it was very funny. For a long time, like whenever I had like a horror movie that I would watch it in the smallest window possible.
Oh.
I'm a coward, but also I love adrenaline.
Understandable. Understandable.
I was really into Slenderman during the time that Slenderman was a thing. That's more like indie horror, and it
Yeah,
was an ARG.
I think that
Uh,
they eventually made a movie out of that. I probably could have put it on this list, but
it's not. I don't think there's a movie, and I'm glad there isn't. But
mm.
it's like there's a ton of web series. There's like three that main ones that I was into, and one of them was filmed in a town that's like 30 minutes away from me, and that
Huh.
was especially scary.
I can imagine.
Because like I was like, oh, I've been to this park. But it also had ARG elements where like there was a forum and
Mm,
people would find out like longitude and latitude and go like there were puzzles. I never solved any of the puzzles, but I
mm.
was there. But I
Nice.
tried, and like there were longitude and latitude, and whoever like figured cracked the code would like go there, and then they would upload that, and it's an alternate reality thing.
Hmm.
And for a while, my friends and I wanted to actually like make our own little series, but we didn't.
Hmm. I
Uh,
feel like ARGs are going to be part of like the next wave of like horror media innovation.
it was very immersive. The one thing that I would say is that it was my senior year of high school, and I wasn't getting much sleep. And I got a little bit too into it at some
Uh-oh.
point, and there was a point where I did have to have like I had a friend who knew one of the cast members, and like that cast member had died
Oh
in the
no.
series.
Oh.
In the series, no, don't worry, don't worry. And I had to talk to him to make sure that it wasn't actually real, like
Oh.
to believe it. So like I would approach ARGs with caution if you are a person that like isn't in a very stable part of your life.
Hmm.
But yeah. Um, and so, other than that, most people in my life do not like horror. Uh, and some of them are very picky about what horror they like. And so I have watched a lot of horror on my own without direction. And then I also have I currently am living with someone who's a horror buff, and
Hmm.
I'm slowly making my way through more classic horror and stuff like that. So I'm not like the most expert of experts, but I do know a thing or two about them. I
Well,
am seeing
that's still
some.
fair. Like I was telling chat before this that of the 33 films currently represented on this, that I have seen only 6 of these characters in their original context.
A good amount of these, I think. But I am excited to talk about the dateability of
All
all of
right.
them.
So just to reset the ground rules for this,
Mhm.
we're working under the assumptions of first that uh oh yeah. No way, we can. Well, I can see chat at least. Do you want, Julep? Do you want a screen share of the tier listing, or do you want to work off of stream? Or
I'm just working off a stream right now,
all right,
if that's all right.
I
It'll
can.
be a little lagged, but it'll be
It's
fine.
all right. I can set up a screen share just fine.
And yes, I can see.
Let's
I
see.
can see chat.
There we go.
Hello
There we
again.
go. All right.
Ooh.
So
Oh, I get to hear the music now. This is much better than watching the muted thing, actually.
okay. Let's see. All right. There we go. So this is the ground rules. First, we are assuming that at the very bare minimum, we are going to be considering partners that would never personally harm us. Ideally, perhaps they wouldn't be harming anyone, but at the very least, not us as the hypothetical partner. Because I mean, obviously, if we were to do something like that, I think virtually every
Mm-hmm.
single one of these uh, eligible bachelor, bachelorettes, and bachelor X's. Uh, I'm not sure what the gender neutral bachelor
I like
is.
that though. I like the idea that there's like a a time limit. Like this is a Bachelor X.
Yes, they are an ex bachelor. They've already been claimed, I'm afraid. But I believe if we weren't to do that, virtually every single one of them would be disqualified, except maybe, like, I don't know if the Babadook ever actually killed someone, but otherwise, yeah.
Watched Rocky Horror Picture Show in such a long time, but I feel like Frankenfurter, if you stayed like on their level, or not Frankenfurter, what is his name?
In
You
Rocky
know,
Horror, yeah, that's
yeah,
Frankenfurter.
yeah, okay. And if they, I feel like if you stayed on their level, they wouldn't. They would be fine with you. They wouldn't kill you. It just would be a threat, like it looming in the background.
Hmm. So that's the first rule. The second rule is that they are assumed to be sapient enough to be able to provide informed, uh, constant, and enthusiastic consent. Because, for
Mm-hmm.
example, the xenomorph, I know that it has like predatory animal level intelligence. Would it be
Mm-hmm.
intelligent enough to consent to have like a inner mouth job? I don't know. I don't think so in the core series, but that's what we have to assume for this.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I think all of that said, and we've got a fair amount of time to work with here, but with all that said, I think we can probably get into things. Is there any particular point in the listing that we have here you'd like to start with?
Can I? I have some favorites. So obviously the Hocus Pocus ladies.
Well, Sanderson sisters, yep.
I feel like top tier. Like
Hmm.
they're already a polycule. Wait, they're sisters. Never
Yeah.
mind. Uh,
Well, I mean, they're also witches, so they might be into that. I don't know.
it might be sisters in a metaphorical.
True, true. Let's see. I don't remember the individual actresses other than she was in like Sex in the City. No, I'm trying to
Something
remember.
like that.
So
I
we have the smart one, the dumb one, but in like an endearing way, and the dumb one in like a ditzy way, if I recall
mhm.
right. So, for those of you who don't remember, quick recap: Sanderson sisters, three colonial era witches, kidnapped, used a bunch of children for witch shit, came back, hunted after a teenage boy because virginity was a thing, I think. And they put a spell on us, and perhaps put a spell on our wieners.
Put a spell on us, and now we're theirs.
We're
Uh,
theirs. We're theirs. We're theirs.
like 100%. Would date the redhead
Mm-hmm.
100%. The other two are like for me like more like A tier, but I remember that I have a special affection for the main lady. Wingardium Leviosa. Nope.
Wingardium
Wingardium
Leviosa. Oh
Accio Boner.
no. Oh no. All right. Well, I
So,
personally really appreciate their camp. Um,
mhm,
they seem to be kind of just down to clown in a lot of things. Like I remember there was one point where there was like some aging, kind of irrelevant male actor who played this middle-aged dude dressed as Satan, and they were just
mhm,
like immediately down for, I don't know, witch orgy. I don't know.
mhm,
I've never been to a witch's mass. I don't know what they do
mhm.
there, but yeah, I think that they could be fairly adaptable.
Mhm.
I'm not totally sure what the nature of the like relationship would be like between all three of them. Um,
Mhm.
they
I
they do kind of strike me as a little bit of a jealous type, which I'd worry about in any kind of poly relationship.
That is true. I live for the mess though. For
Mm.
when it comes to thinking about them, there is the problem with like they would be killing kids
Oh yeah,
occasionally.
yeah. We
Yeah.
have to like for the sake of that because we could say they're killing kids, they're killing people,
Yeah.
they're committing various crimes against humanity for
Yeah.
virtually all of these.
Yeah. But yeah, so for this, it's not really this tier list. That's not really that much of a downside. I do like that. I do like the fact that a spell could be put on it.
Mm.
Although that might, I would be down for some consensual spell play.
You know, that's a good point. I hadn't see this is why I needed the expert. I hadn't even considered the kink implications of magic using.
Always down for that.
Mm.
Uh, so yeah, I think they're pretty high up there,
Yeah. I mean,
especially compared to some of the other people on this list.
if for nothing else, the fact that they like out of all of the music they could have chosen, they picked one based off of or they picked one that was performed by like a black horror shock rock star.
Mm-hmm.
That's taste. That's quality taste.
Yeah,
All right, yeah, I'd be happy with putting them up at S tier if you wanted.
yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so do we want to jump around or go in order?
Uh, for now, I think we could go in order.
All right.
There are some of these that I don't recognize.
Oh, don't worry.
Uh,
I don't
so
recognize most of them, so I've got the
okay.
horror villain wiki up in
Yeah,
another tab. All
I
right.
am glad that you have that.
Oh, no, I am not actually missing one. That is the Invisible Man. I tried to take a picture of him, but it didn't come out.
Very good. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So
So, yeah,
Freddy
Freddy
Krueger.
Krueger is next.
So here's the thing.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
Freddy Krueger is supremely fuckable,
mm.
but not very dateable.
Yeah, like,
I
I mean, I really have to admit, I do very much value a very strong, good sense of humor in a partner, and like,
that is true.
in terms of all of the characters here, with the exception of maybe like Audrey too, I think he probably has the best sense of humor.
Mm-hmm. That's a fair point. He would be interesting to date. I I haven't really thought about like a long-term relationship with Freddy Krueger. He can do dream stuff, which is
Mm,
also has kink possibilities, kink
that's true.
potential.
Are we assuming then? Do you think I should do like quick movie recaps of each of these as we go?
Perhaps a little bit.
Okay, so in home series, Freddy Krueger, child murderer, vigilante justice, bunch of parents killed him. He burnt alive and swore that he'd come back for their kids. Then he comes back as this nightmare person who can only affect you in your dreams. But if you die in the dream, you die in real life.
And it's also like not clear throughout the movie what's a dream and what's not.
Yeah, like, it had a pretty solid twist ending because, like, at the ending, there's this one last stinger shot where, uh, not, well, I mean, if you haven't seen this by now, I don't think it's really spoiling that much to say that at the end, a Freddy arm bursts out from,
Yeah,
like, a door and attacks someone.
the horror movie trope of like that final scare where you think everything's okay and the movie's about to be over and then bam, it's not okay, you're
Mm,
not safe.
mm.
So like the final part of this is like the teenager is waving goodbye to someone and everything's safe now
I
and
think
they
it's her mom, yeah.
yeah and they've broken the curse and then she's standing by a door and suddenly Freddy's arm goes through the window on the door and pulls her, I think, in
Sounds right.
or chokes her. I can't remember exactly what, but like Freddy is a constant in that universe and
Mm,
is not something that can just have a curse be broken. So
mm.
yeah, and I don't know if that's where the if you die in the dream, you die in real life actually comes from. I think that's been like a popular urban legend throughout, and that this is based on that.
Yeah,
Like,
plus there was
um,
also that, there was some kind of sleeping disorder panic that
mhm,
happened, I think, in Africa, where people were just seemingly totally healthy, just dying in their sleep for
mhm.
no apparent reason. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's totally fine, Akagi. Like I've been in the same thing with
Mm,
that.
mm.
There's some of these tropes did start like like common like things that you say and stuff like that. So it's totally understandable to be like, oh, is that where it came from? Because it could be at this point. But yeah, so Freddy, I don't really think he's higher than B tier.
Mm.
Just because he's just like he's just not he does not strike me as a loving partner, like a
Yeah.
doting partner. He does strike me as someone that could definitely be funny and definitely be like like he like could have a partnership and stuff like that. And once again, dream possibilities, king
Mm.
dream possibilities, but uh, I don't think he would be higher than B tier for me, just because he has just a nastiness about him that I don't think would make for a good relationship.
Uh,
It might make for a
yeah.
very good night or two, though.
Yeah, like he's good for a fling. He's good to make you laugh. Uh Probably not. I also don't really think that there's a ton of commitment to him because like in the film he doesn't really focus that hard on any single person. He just kind of
Mm-hmm.
goes willy-nilly, which like if you're
Yeah,
in an open relationship, great, more power to you, but I don't think that he'd really do good outside of any kind of like free roaming
yeah,
options.
yeah. So I think maybe B or C tier.
Hmm.
What do you think?
Well, I think we've got enough space that we can definitely play around with the tiers as we go. So, we can probably put him at like. Hmm. So D's I think are going to be the hard no's.
Uh,
So C I imagine would be something like yes, buts. So
yeah,
like it's
yes,
probably
but
not going to work out,
yeah,
but yeah.
but it could. Like a very specific relationship could work with him.
All right, I think C
Yeah.
for now then.
Hmm.
So next we have the Xenomorph. Oh, I have actually seen this one.
Hell yeah.
Very straightforward horror movie.
Alien.
Tragically undervalued as like a piece of queer cinema.
Hmm.
But spaceship gets screwed over by space hypercorp into trying to bring a genetically engineered super weapon, kind of, which
Hmm.
infects one, then the others, because only one fucking person in the entire ship knows how to follow quarantine procedure.
Yep. That's a really good take.
Yeah, like, Alien is a depressingly relevant movie for 2020, 2021.
Oh my gosh, it's I feel like it was already depressingly relevant in
Mm,
just the way that it like the like I love the like working class spacers. I think that that's amazing. Like such a
mm,
like cool trope, but it also is definitely like, oh, we're all on contract, we're just trying to make rent.
exactly, yeah.
And like everybody was like that. So
Except
uh
that one, except that one fucking scab robot.
yeah, fuck. I forgot about that.
Yeah, fuck Ash.
But yeah, so with the xenomorph, so here's the thing. Uh,
It it was designed by oh what was his name? Geiger. It was designed by Geiger very specifically to be a combination of a ton of phallic and yonic imagery.
uh, the movie Alien and Aliens is like has a lot to do with like sex and pregnancy
Mm, mm,
and like the fear of like that kind of stuff and like it has stuff to say about it too.
mm.
It hits me right in the trans mask feels.
Yeah,
I
I could
really
see that.
yeah. uh, so the I think so. Here's the thing.
Mm?
Once again, I find the xenomorph incredibly sexy. He's made out of silicone.
Ooh,
He's
that's
a
true.
silicone-based life form. He's literally
Oof.
like the he or she. I don't. I think we ended up in the second one. I know it's a she.
Mm.
But I don't know the
Well,
gender of it.
I think that there would
Yeah,
be no more appropriate thing than a xenomorph to use a xeno pronoun for, so I think we could
yeah,
probably work with a Z.
yeah, Z. Uh, but I think Z would be
You can literally pull it, put him in the dishwasher when you're done.
just don't use any silicone-based lubricant.
Mhm.
That will melt your toys
Also, I mean,
and your
I don't,
and your
I don't
and
want
your
to get
boyfriend.
too blue here, but I don't want to know what that inner mouth do.
Yeah, I posted a picture. I think you might have seen where I found this like Simpson get skit of
Oh
like
yeah, yeah,
the
yeah. I
the
saw
inner
that.
mouth comes out and gives Ripley just a little kiss on the cheek. So
It
cute.
is.
I think that there's lots of potential for that inner mouth, to be honest.
Mm.
Just lots of potential.
God,
Just to,
I as a ween haver, I am not personally into the concept of sounding, but
I
I
mean,
think that that would be another very strong application.
yeah. Uh,
And if
as
you
a
don't know what sounding is in the chat, no, I will
don't
not
ask.
explain. Also, don't Google it.
Don't Google it. You're fine. Um, but so when
Akagi, no.
Akagi. Okay, so there's vaginal presentation. There's an anal presentation. Sounding involves urethral penetration. There you go.
Yep.
That's the thing. Some people are into it. It can be. It's mostly
Oh no,
outies.
Akagi.
Yeah, it's mostly outies that you see things about, but it can be on both innie and outie havers. When it comes to that.
I love when you see stuff like that and you can just it's like this is environmental storytelling. This is an apocalypse log that someone finds in a video game.
Since we are on the subject already,
Hmm.
you know what I used to think sounding was?
Oh no, what?
I used to think that they were like tuning forks and you would ping. Once they were in, you would ping. Because it's sounding. I thought it would make a sound.
Oh no, that's so good.
I thought it would make a sound. I don't know why it's called sounding, and I don't want to look up the etymology of that.
I love that image because now I'm just imagining two people. You don't see anything below the belt, but you just know they're doing something, and you hear ding, ding, ding.
And the person who's having it done is just like, oh my gosh.
Oh my
And then it's just
god.
like, guilty.
Oops, wrong
It
one.
would vibrate. Yeah, see, that's how I got that thought too.
Yeah.
That umbra. Exactly. Anyways,
Whew.
so speaking of HR Geiger, I've so on fuckability alone, like Alien, the xenomorph is definitely S tier for me. But like I don't know if there was a relationship with that, would procreation be expected in that relationship?
Hmm.
Is the question that I guess I have.
I mean, judging by the life cycle, I'd have to imagine that if something did result, that the xenomorph would be very, very insistent on, like, no, you have to carry this to term.
Yeah.
This is something that we have to do. So it's like,
Yeah.
no,
Like
xenomorph, you're not the one carrying the face hugger. I am. It's
yeah,
my choice.
it's like I have to survive. I have to have my genes survive. Like it's literally that kind of like feeling.
Hmm.
Looks at tuning fork, looks back at stream. Well, don't.
No.
If you want to get into it, there's a lot of training that you can do, and you can Google that at some point. But there's a safe way to jump into sounding. That's like the worst thing. But anyways, uh, so like for me, that becomes like if we're gonna assume that for the term due to the rules of this that it wouldn't kill you,
Mm-hmm.
right? So
Yes.
it wouldn't kill you to carry it to term. And also the pregnancy lasts very, very short, like
That's
a
true.
day or two. So like I still think it would knock it down a rung for me, a rung or two.
Mm.
But like definitely I'm interested in talking out the terms with this
And I mean, if you are interested in starting a relationship, it is shown to be a very committed parental unit.
very much. And also is very like definitely like a doting type of figure.
Mm.
If nothing else but the universe around it, like pushing like two people together, but it does feel like it's like a they definitely like have a relationship with the protagonist of some sort.
Oh, for sure,
Like
yeah.
it's not just it's definitely there is an element of it being predator prey, which is
Like,
another
even
thing.
putting
But
aside the
yeah,
one really bad movie where she was brought back to life as like a human xenomorph hybrid
yeah,
thing,
yeah,
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 I'd be comfortable putting them at like a B tier.
yeah. I think that that's right. Like, uh, not jumping into it, but would be interested in having the conversation to talk out terms.
Yeah. All
Who is
right.
this?
So this got a little cut off as with some of these, but this is the big boy, Jason Voorhees.
I actually haven't seen any Jasons.
So uh
This is a gap in my
oh,
knowledge.
it happens. I haven't either, so we're gonna be doing this just off of impression.
Okay.
Jason. Oh, oh,
Hello.
hey, hey, Hemlock. Thank you so much
Welcome,
for coming
waiter.
by. Let me give you a little shout out. Welcome, welcome, Raiders. If this is your first time here, hello. My name is Beatrix Bunny. I'm a taxidermy jackalope brought to life by the power of love and slightly mad science. I usually stream roguelikes, digital artwork, RPGs, or tabletops, but today I am joined by my good friend Pig Julep here, and we are ranking 33 different horror movie villains, quote unquote, based off of how dateable they would be. How good of a partner would they be? How fuckable would they be? All things we're taking into consideration.
We're considering like a long-term, uh, like sexual and or romantic relationship with
Exactly.
them, and how well good of a partner they would be for the discerning monster dater.
Mm-hmm.
And I am Julep. My pronouns are he, him, they, them, or it's. And I am the resident horror person who also is very horny about horror monsters. So I apologize.
It is alright. It is a huge asset here. This is exactly what we're here to talk about. And thank you so
um,
much, everyone, for stopping by.
and currently I'm on a stream hiatus because I have really bad carpal tunnel.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
It's okay. Um, but yeah, okay. So we are on Jason Voorhees, and we are about to find out about Jason Voorhees because this is a gap in my knowledge and Lee's.
Alright, so Jason Voorhees started off life born to a very, very overprotective mother and a
Mm-hmm.
abusive father.
Mm-hmm.
He ends up being raised essentially single parent style by Pamela Voorhees. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
he attends uh, Camp Crystal Lake, I believe, summer camp, where, due to his birth defect, physical deformity, he is bullied. And one particularly tragic night, no, not night, day, while counselors are busy getting their fuck on, uh, in a hazing gone only slightly wrong based off of how awful the kids were, Jason drowns in the lake.
Mm-hmm.
And at first, in the original movie, it isn't actually Jason at all, but rather his mother, who is killing for him in revenge all of
Oh.
the other teenage counselors as they're trying to revive Camp Crystal Lake. But then the second movie, we find out Jason did survive and lived kind of like forest hermit style somehow for a while. I don't think it's actually until like Friday the 13th 4 that he is like actually at all supernatural. He's just
Mhm.
a big strong boy until then.
Yeah, so on dateability, I do like big, strong boys.
Hmm.
Um, and heart goes out to him with the like the upbringing, like same, oh, like mood,
Hmm.
not exactly same, but mood. So 5, 4 had a different one.
Ah,
Oh,
alright. Thank you,
interesting.
Umbra.
So I feel like Jason Voorhees sounds like just like a person that would respond really well to like a good partnership.
Yeah, and like his
Like,
motivation really is, for the most part, it's very simple. He's basically, for like most of the film series, as far as I can tell, just doing what the one like caring person in his life, his mother, wanted him to do.
mm-hmm. And so it really does seem like Jason seems like a person that it's not like you can fix. Not to go into a relationship with the idea of like, oh, I'll fix him or something like
Hmm.
that.
Hmm.
But it does sound like you could have a very tender and very intimate, emotional like relationship with him, and also like big strong boy.
Now, one
Uh,
one thing I will say, because I have been a little colored by this by a fan comic that started over on Twitter that was very influential in my impression of Jason. I'm gonna quickly plug it here.
love that
It's a very, very
of
sweet,
him.
very cute comic. Also, uh, Janie Lee draws Jason with a ton of beef and cake, and like, look at that ass.
Hell
You could bounce a quarter off that ass.
hell yeah. Yeah, I actually also have a cultural uh connection with Jason Voorhees.
Hmm?
Let me get the clip up and send it to you.
All right.
One of my favorite uh creators, Worthy Kids,
Oh yeah,
uh
Worthy Kids. I know him.
has
Well, not personally,
a
but
short called Jason and Friends.
yes, 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 yes. I remember this
And
one.
in that short, I believe he speaks sign language.
Yes,
And it's
because Jason
very
is
cute.
canonically, canonically, I don't think Jason has ever communicated verbally. So
Mhm.
both in the Janine Lee comic and in the Worthy Kids animation, he is depicted as using ASL.
Yes. And so and I love him. He's like the big dad that keeps everybody in check
Yeah.
in this one. So like I
I don't
I
want to play Worthy Kids on stream just because
yeah.
but I will quick link it in the Discord, not Discord, in the stream chat.
Mhm. Um but so I feel like I would be very comfortable putting him like on A or S tier. Definitely not really lower than A tier. From my impression of Jason Voorhees, very dateable.
Mhm.
Like, he's a horror villain that you root for, that you understand where he's coming from.
And he's also someone, in a very literal sense, that I would be very comfortable, like, bringing home to meet my mother, you know?
Hmm. Hmm. And like also, like at the end of the day, like yes, H.R. Geiger creatures are extremely hot, but also big boys are pretty hot.
Mm.
Big boys are nice.
Alright, so this big old slab of 100% beef, I'm putting him up at S.
Hell yeah.
So next we have, going into, I think, one of the few MILFs on the list, Pamela Voorhees. So she
Yeah.
is the main antagonist of the original one, where, as previously stated, she is killing camp counselors in revenge for camp counselors that negligence on their part led to her son being drowned. Very understandable motivation, although granted it's not those exact counselors who actually did it, but
Mm-hmm. I do not feel as warm towards her in the story. Like she does have a very understandable motivation, and I understand that. But also, there's like the fact that like uh with it, like it doesn't seem like hmm, did she uh get uh Jason out of the home with the abusive father?
let's see. I believe. Let's see. All right. So going from the wiki history. On Friday, June 13th, 1947. Oh, let's see. She was born in 1930. At the age of 16, she became pregnant.
Mm.
17, a year later, she gave birth to a hydrocephalic boy named Jason.
Mhm.
Because of his deformity and her antisocial personality, Pamela never sent Jason to school at all and was the only one who knew him, as seen in Friday the 13th, Part 2. She got a job as a chef at Camp Crystal Lake. During her working hours, she would bring Jason to camp, presumably because she had nobody to watch him
Mm.
while working. So it does sound like
Okay.
she
She is,
did leave her husband.
yeah, so that definitely is moving her up on the tier list. I'm gonna let you know real quick. The delivery people with my furniture is they are here.
Okay.
But I want to finish this up before. Or I want to at least give my thoughts. I think she's definitely like high up there. I think she's still for me above uh the Xenomorph, but I don't know if she's on the same level as Freddy. But she is hot. Hmm.
Mm.
Hmm. Have a good night, Umbra. Uh, I would be comfortable with either S or A tier for her now that I know her story.
Alright. We can keep the family together for now.
Mm-hmm. Just not at the same time.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go help with moving in a couch and a chair, and I'll be back in a jiffy as soon as I can.
Alright.
Thank you.
No problem. Alright, so we're gonna. Or I'm gonna keep working at a couple of these in the meantime, but also I hope you don't mind. I am eating some shrimp chips, baked shrimp chips, brought to you by Calbee. Quick check-in, how's chat doing? Are y'all having a good time, I hope? All right. I don't want to. I don't want to call anyone out, and I don't think this even is a call out. But I was just quickly looking at users listed in chat, and some of y'all have really good names, like Meowpenheimer or Simone de Beauvoir. I don't know why a French formative feminist author is viewing my stream, but I'm honored to have her ghost present. I'm going to turn on a fan real quick, and I'll continue at the very least with some of the ones that I know, because admittedly, as I said before, I've only seen like 6 or so of these in movies in the entire list, which is an S tier chip. Oh, shrimp flavored chips, prawn cocktail flavor here. Oh no no no, not like these shrimp chips are. It's kind of a misnomer. It's not chip shape at all. It's more. Oh, okay. It's more like if you took really tiny crinkle cut French fries and baked them in that shape instead. So like chip in a British sense, I guess. Also, I don't think that. Yeah, there's not actually any potato in these. These are like corn and wheat based. Alright, so. Well, jumping ahead a little bit to the next character that I personally know in the meantime, we have Patrick Bateman from American Psycho. So this is kind of a weird one because depending on who you ask, Patrick Bateman might not actually be a character in like a horror film at all. But I think that there's enough there's enough theming in American Psycho as a horror film, despite it being also very, very heavily like a psychological thriller. But I mean, really, you know what? Screw it. It's a horror movie because the thriller was only a genre that the Academy Award made up, so they didn't have to say, oh, we're giving Silence of the Lambs, the horror movie, an Oscar because they wanted to treat horror movies as a low-tier entertainment, so they made up the term thriller to make themselves feel better about it. But Patrick Bateman, he's a character in American Psycho. In the film, he's this sort of mid-high tier, like, vice president of a Wall Street company. This is also during the 80s, though, so, like, consider, or, like, the 80s and 90s, I think. So consider that he's constantly focused on consumption-based capitalism. Like, throughout his house, you see things that are just like a pop culture ideas of what you should be concerned about, what you should be considering. He's constantly engaging in just like really banal conversations, drug abuse, loves to dine at high-class places, gets a bunch of sex workers over. And this is
Oh,
before we get
I know
to
who we're talking about.
Patrick Bateman, yeah.
Yeah. Oh man.
And this is before we get to any of the... Oh, oh my gosh, hey Mary! Let me give you a little shout out.
Oh.
So,
Married.
hello, Mary. I hope you didn't feel too sad playing Spiritfarer. I know that's a very tear-jerking game. But welcome, Raiders. If this is your first time here, my name's Beatrix Bunny. I'm a taxidermy jackalope brought to life by the power of love and slightly mad science. I stream, usually, roguelikes, RPGs, tabletop games, and digital artwork, but today I'm joined by my good friend Pig Julep,
Oh wow.
and we are rating 33 famous horror movie villains, quote unquote, based off of how dateable they are. What is their sex life? What is their romance life? What kind of partner would they be? Oh, you just finished the game. Oof. I am sorry, you must have cried yourself a river.
Yeah, I was gonna say most of Spiritfarer is pretty chill, and
Until you get to the end of any of the storylines.
yeah, it depends on what you're doing.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I hope that I hope that it was satisfying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Uh, and yes, hi, I'm Julep. My pronouns are he, they, and it, and I am here as the resident person that watches some horror films, but not all of these 33, and also horny person, very horny person, so who has thought about this.
My expert consultant. So I jumped ahead a little bit, just because that was
Yes,
the next film on the list I'd actually seen.
yeah.
But Patrick Bateman, even before you get to the part where he is a serial killer
Mhm.
of business partners, sex workers, random homeless people,
Mhm.
dates, he's still a pretty terrible person. Like, he's a big business vice president, so you know already he doesn't really care about anyone. But he doesn't even care really about business. It's just a means
He
to the
cares
end
about
of
his image.
existing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he only cares about that. And I like honestly, even though he is like handsome and I'm sure like he's right at sex, like to me, just his personality is just such a we're doing Patrick Bateman right now.
Hmm.
Sorry,
That's
my
this guy
roommate
here.
who's a much more educated horror buff than me
Mm.
is just popped by to figure out who we were talking about.
Also, just
Um,
to establish, since this, just to reiterate something from earlier, the term thriller doesn't actually mean anything. It's a term that the Academy Awards made up so they wouldn't have to say that a horror movie, Silence of the Lambs, won an Oscar. That way they
mhm.
could, like, feel good about just continuing to call horror low tier entertainment. But anyway.
uh, yeah, my parents are types of people that are like, oh, we are okay with thrillers, but we don't like horror. And I think it's just like jump scares. They're
Mm,
not okay with jump scares. I think that's what they mean when they say it. Thriller versus horror is such a weird uh, distinction. Both of them can keep you up at night.
yeah.
Uh, yeah. Um, but yeah, Patrick Bateman to me, just his personality alone, he's just a very narcissistic person, and everything he does is for his image. So if he agreed to be in a relationship with me, I feel like he would be specifically doing that, like in a way to, like I don't trust him to not be using me for a
Mm,
means to an end of just looking cool, which is
yeah,
like his only
just a
only
very,
drive.
very empty, shallow, greedy, toxic person. I think he's our first D-lister.
Yeah, I don't even really want to have sex with him.
Yeah, like if you want to have sex with someone who looks like that, just go off to Nevada and fuck Germa.
Yeah, it's just he's very interesting to like be around. I would definitely love to be in group therapy with him because he would have amazing stories. But
Assuming
like,
that we're actually, because
yeah,
part of the movie is like he alternates between keeping up the front and then just very bold-faced admitting exactly all of the heinous crimes he's done, and people either ignore, don't notice, don't hear, or just think he's joking the entire
uh,
film.
mhm. uh so like I like the extent of a relationship I would like want to be in with him would be like I would love him to be one of my group therapy members and not much else. And that's it.
So next up, we have Mike Myers, not to be confused with Mike Myers. This one is the one from the Halloween franchise. A disturbed child who kills his sister and grows up to be a equally disturbed adult who escapes a mental hospital and goes home to kill some family.
Yeah, so here's the thing.
Mhm.
I know we were talking about Freddy being like I've only seen the first Halloween film. I should preface it with this. I've
That's fair.
only seen the first one, so I don't know the other Mike Myers at all. And I
Oh,
don't
you've never
know.
seen Austin Powers?
No, I have not seen Austin Powers.
Okay. Or Shrek?
Is he an actor?
Oh yeah, Mike Myers. He voiced Shrek. He was on SNL.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Not to be confused with, just to distinguish them, Michael Myers. We'll use the full name of the
Yeah.
killer.
But Michael Myers for me is jump scares are thrilling but not horrific. Personally, if you're being literal, you're absolutely correct. And some people like that adrenaline rush, and some people don't. And like, it's totally fine if the people do not. But like, thrillers can disturb you just as much without any jump scares, without anything. So like, it's just interesting. Not thrillers, horror can be either way. But yeah, so Michael Myers is actually pretty funny and a little bit endearing. He is creepy. He's a creep, but he knows it.
But does he actually? How? This is one of the films I haven't seen. How good is he at communicating?
Not very. His form of communicating is kind of just like standing there and staring at you, and then walking towards you and like stabbing at you. Like those are his main modes of communication. He would be another person that would benefit from sign language. I think he's pretty mute throughout the film. We even see a flashback to when he was a kid and killed his sister. And he put on a mask, and since he was wearing the mask, he was like, "Oh, this is a murdering mask. I'm gonna murder my sister." And so he is like a mentally like disturbed person. But he is very funny. There's like a point where he wears a sheet like a like a ghost, and it's just very endearing.
Oh
and then
my!
And then he when the person pulls down the sheet, he murders them. But like, it's extremely endearing. He just like stands around in different places. He is a little bit. You would have to kind of like learn how to communicate with him, I feel like, and read his moods. But I don't think he's undateable. He's definitely, to me, he is perhaps more dateable than Freddy Krueger. Just because he is like more of, he's less in it for like nasty reasons. He's not nasty, you know? He's not like a vengeful person. He just kills. At least that's my read on him. And once again, that's only from one of the many films and divergences of this franchise. So that's my take. What are your thoughts after like hearing my pitch for dating Michael Myers?
I get the impression that for the most part of the scenes that I've seen with him, I get the sense that he's sort of a shy individual. Because, like, the first time we see him, we see that we see Jamie Lee Curtis and her friends are walking to school, and we see him, like, standing on the sidewalk looking at her, and then as she approaches, just kind of like he sort of shies back away behind the fence and disappears. And like a lot of the time we see he's just sort of watching from a distance. And It's like, oh, it's okay, bud. You can come out here. It's okay. Come
And I
on.
will say one thing: once he's into you, he is into you, like
True.
specifically you, and like to a certain extent, you end up being into him. Like you have to,
Hmm.
like Jamie Lee Curtis comes back in the most recent movie, and she's awesome.
Oh yeah.
But like in the most recent movie, like she comes back with a rifle and is like, I am the only person who knows how to get this guy. And he isn't like coming back like a horror villain. He just like keeps getting out of the mental hospital like a Batman villain.
Yeah, I'd
So
be comfortable putting him at like a B tier.
yeah, I think that B tier is solid for him. There would definitely be some communication issues to work out at the beginning, but I think he could be a very loving partner if he put his mind to it, and perhaps put down the knife.
That would help.
That would help a little
So
bit.
next we have Pinhead.
Oh my gosh, I haven't watched these movies in so long. I barely
Okay.
remember them. But
So,
I
Pinhead originally was a British private, he was a British, I think, lieutenant,
mm,
but he was in, yes, here it is. He was a captain in World War One, but being a part of the war, he lost his faith in humanity
mhm,
and God. He traveled to India where he discovered the lament configuration, which
mhm.
was basically just a wooden Rubik's cube, which brought him brought him into hell. He gradually became the Pinhead Cenobite, and then whenever someone opens the box, they have called him, and he comes back.
Yeah, uh, and he like punishes you specifically, uh, based on like your vices. If I remember the at least the I think I've watched the first two movies, but that was in a time where I was watching every horror movie I could get my hands on. So some of the things are a little bit uh, blurry. Uh,
The interesting thing also is that, well, first to get the obvious kink elephant in
yes.
the room taken
Oh
care
my
of,
gosh. Oh my
BDSM.
gosh. Thank goodness.
You have to be involved or up to try it at some point for that.
Hmm. Yeah, he's very much about equipment and less about the actual setting.
Hmm.
Uh,
Hmm.
and as a person that's into BDSM, uh, that's pretty cool to me. But if you were not a person that was like, if this is a general dating advice for the general person, you probably should like know where your boundaries are for getting into a relationship with him. But at the same time, he does kind of like he is able to kind of like read into your mind a little bit,
Hmm.
uh, and so he might be a good dom if applied correctly, and he would definitely be a dom. There's not a
Oh
like
yeah.
there isn't. You are not putting him on a leash. Um,
Now,
uh,
also what's
mhm,
interesting is that in a lot of the movies he's in, including the original Hellraiser, he isn't really, strictly speaking, the antagonist. Like in the
no.
original one, it's the hedonistic
Mhm,
murderer Frank Cotton who actually brings him about, and like he brings Frank to hell, and like there is someone else who solves it, but he's like totally willing to talk things out and figure out,
mhm,
oh, okay, there's actually an escaped soul that I need to come back for. And like he
mhm,
has in other incarnations, like fought other Cenobites trying to claim unconnected humans. So, like, unless you're actively engaging him for his unique brand of services, he seems like
Hmm.
totally content to just not include you in those. He's
Yeah.
very, very, very consent based, which is very good.
And like of the villains that we've seen so far, he's one of the ones that it might not be like a good moral code, but he has a moral code,
Hmm.
which is more than you can say for most of the people on this list.
For
Uh,
sure.
yeah, it is a moral code. It's a little twisted and not correct exactly, but if you're generally not a bad person, even if the rule was off, you probably would be able to like avoid him. He's not really interested in people that haven't broken his moral code though.
Hmm.
So I think he's A or S tier. It might be A tier just because like you have to be into BDSM to.
Yeah, I think like other than that
Mhm.
barrier of entrance, he would be a little higher, but I'd be comfortable putting him at an A tier.
Mhm.
Okay, so next we have Ghostface, which is kind of a bit misleading since there's actually several ghost faces even in the
Mhm.
original Scream.
Mhm.
But in Scream, it's actually based off of a Halloween costume that
Mhm.
uh, Billy Loomis and his boyfriend use to. I know they're not technically boyfriends, but look
I
at
was about
them.
to say, oh.
Like if you look at their
Yeah.
relationship in the film, it is like all but said that hey, they are absolutely modeling a gay relationship.
Oh my gosh, I need to watch it again. I feel like I remember people talking about like gayness and Scream before. I think
Yeah,
I remember.
there's a YouTube documentary that I highly recommend. Let me get the exact wording of it right again. Da, 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 da. No mic. Yes, it's by a guy named James Somerton. He
Mhm.
does a lot of queer analysis of different forms of media. This one in particular is Deep Cuts Society and Queer Horror.
Mhm.
And the relationship between the two antagonists of the first Scream movie is one of the things he goes into deep in it.
That's so cool. Okay, so yes, Akagi, you probably have seen Scream. It's very horror referential.
Hmm.
My general advice, like to general audiences who are just interested in movies, is don't watch Scream until you've watched like Evil Dead or like other things. Don't watch those things
Yeah,
because
it's. I think it
yeah,
wouldn't be a stretch to say it was the first meta horror film.
but it's very meta. Yeah.
Hmm.
Whether or not that's true, it's very, very meta.
So
Um,
if we're assuming the original Scream, which means that a Ghostface killer is actually two separate people,
mhm,
we're similar to the Sanderson sisters going into this with the assumption of some form of poly relationship.
mhm. I don't
So
know.
we've got the one character who is like the final girl's Ghostface
Mhm.
Killer is it has to be a SoundCloud rapper. I would
Yeah.
be amazed if it wasn't. But Ghostface Killer is both the female lead's boyfriend who is trying to get revenge for, I think it is his mother, who somehow her mother ruined. This is all from memory.
Mm,
And it is also his friend who is like up until this point been played as like the goofy stoner kind of character, but he's like very super devoted to the guy. He's also very stupid.
mhm.
Like when when he has the knife turned on him as a surprise. He's like, oh, this, ow, oh, this hurts. But he is played by Matthew Lillard, so I don't know if Matthew Lillard's someone you're into. Uh,
And for me, I'd prefer it if the mask stayed on. Um, oh, head pat.
huh. Ah,
Hello, Heavy.
gosh darn it, I don't know why Stream Fire isn't working right now, but
There was like a splat, like an orange splat.
oh,
Um, so the thing about the, these two boys is like they do strike me as like not undateable, but they do kind of also strike me as like, you know, prank couples who just do escalating pranks and put it on YouTube.
yeah,
They kind of strike me as that type of person that would just like make a ton of jokes and then be like, it's just a joke. Or like things like that. They don't seem to me like the best dating material, like
yeah.
relationship.
They also get really, really hung up on family issues. Like one of the lines in the original is from. It's kind of on the nose, but it's from Billy Loomis. That's the character who is Sydney Prescott, the final girl's boyfriend. Maternal abandonment causes serious deviant behavior. It's a little on the nose, but
Mhm.
and then Stu's just kind of a fucking idiot,
Yeah.
who is along for the ride because his boyfriend is.
Yeah. So yeah, I do feel like so there's something to be said for like this is why I act this way. This is my trauma that has happened. But like you have to like move on. But then again, like they probably would if they grew up. But they like part of growing up is like understanding why you're hurt and then figuring out what to do afterwards.
Hmm.
So like I don't know. For me, I think they're B tier. I think I would have to have like a long conversation beforehand. But uh and like establish boundaries when it comes to things like pranks and stuff like that. But what are your thoughts?
Um. Hmm. Well, I feel like there's a lot of baggage to unpack before they'd be like super viable partners. Not necessarily saying outright no, but it would be a lot of work, I think.
Yeah. So maybe like C tier
Yeah.
or B tier. What are you thinking?
Well, I mean, they, at the very least, through Billy is shown that to at least some degree he's able to maintain relationships outside of that.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. But I also think that there's kind of like an unhealthiness between Billy and Stu's relationship. Because, like,
Yeah.
they like kill. Like, at one point, Billy kills Stu's current girlfriend without, like, his knowledge of it, which that just seems like a very big violation of personal trust.
Yeah, there would be a lot to work out. I think that they definitely are on the lower tiers.
Yeah,
Really.
I'd be good with, like, a C tier. Okay. Now we
And
have.
when it comes to the bedroom, they are not especially more fuckable than
Mm,
any other person,
true.
more or less. Just to remind,
Yeah, like if this was Matthew Lillard as Shaggy, that would be
yeah.
another tale, but this isn't.
True.
So next we have Leatherface from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Which, funnily
Okay.
enough, in the first movie, he only actually ever killed one person with a chainsaw.
Yeah. Uh, and then he like swung it around.
Yeah,
Really,
he
really
likes the
fun.
performative, I guess.
So, something that is very apparent throughout this is that like you're dating him, but like you're part of the family.
Hmm.
So he lives with his I believe his grandfather, his brother, and a guy. I can't remember if the guy is like his dad or not. Uh, and they are just like a very rude family. He's pretty much stripped from like he's one of the Ed Geins,
Mm-mm.
um, and he's not. It kind of so when you're watching it, it's very obvious that this is an early one of the first horror movies, really that like one of the first slashers. I mean, because it's like they don't make up reasons why they go check out an abandoned house. They're just
Yeah.
like, oh, cool, an abandoned house. Let's go in. And it feels like throughout that, also, like, one quick thing that I
Mm?
want to say about this movie before I forget is that I can't remember his name, but there is an actor, I think he is actually disabled, and he plays a disabled person, and he's just really good, and it's like a
Oh.
really good representation of disability too. Like that isn't everything about him, but it like does like show how like his friends are abled. This is one of the victims.
Oh.
um but like uh I did not know that there would be like a wheelchair bound person
Oh.
in this, and there is, and he's really good and interesting, and I think this was the only film that he did. uh
Hmm.
and so I really would recommend this for that if you can stomach the gore and the cacophony. One thing about this movie is it's a very loud movie,
Hmm.
um and it could be a little overstimulating at times. It was uh but like if you can handle all that other stuff, I would watch it for that because it's just interesting, and it like highlights his uh the friends that he's with ableism, and I think he's the one that owns the house, and
Hmm.
yet he can't climb any of the stairs.
Hmm.
um and that's like a thing. So there's my little bit about like a character that nobody talks about in Texas Chainsaw Massacre. But yeah, uh Leatherface as a dating person, like he's definitely like a family person, and so you'd have to
Yeah,
kind of
he's not really so much evil or sadistic
Mhm.
as he is just kind of like simple and prone to like being very angry sometimes.
Mhm. And like a cannibal.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. But like other than that, he doesn't seem like he would be a bad partner. In fact, he seems like he would perhaps like enjoy a partner, but you'd have to be on board with like being part of the family, being at the dinners, like the manners of that kind of stuff. Just because like he's very much a family guy. Uh, I hate that that phrase is now
Yeah.
taken, but anyways, uh, but yeah, so like he's not undateable. It's just like he's one of those people that when you date, like you have to be fit in with his family and you
Mm.
have to move in with his family.
Mm.
Um, And yeah, and also like their couches are upholstered in human skin and whatever.
Yeah, we're kind of ignoring a lot of the more like killer elements to make this
Yeah.
list doable.
But he doesn't really like go out of his way to kill many people until like towards the end. He like most of the murders, I feel like, if I can remember correctly, are just like people trespassing and like not respecting his boundaries and people just being nosy.
So
And
you
he's
think
just
B tier?
yeah, I'm thinking B tier.
All right,
Sorry, I can babble so much.
that's all right. So next we have
Okay,
It.
Pennywise. I
Now,
have
although
not
I
watched.
have the one from the more recent one, as with a lot of these characters, we can extrapolate as well if there are other actors who have portrayed them.
Isn't okay. So I don't. I only. I have not watched either of the movies. I want to watch the Tim Curry It like this month for sure.
Hmm.
Um, and so I don't want too many spoilers.
All right, so
but
It is a entity that is haunting a small town in Maine where things just seem to preternaturally be attracted to causing the residents, specifically the children of the residents, misery. There
mm,
are all kinds of horrible things happening, and every X odd number of years, there are a bunch of children who go missing, which are eaten by it because it likes to feed on the fear of children. And is being
mhm.
a shape shifting alien spider monster, they're capable of adjusting to a lot of different fears.
So so here's the thing. I'm into fear play. I love an adrenaline
Fair,
rush.
fair. And I
But
mean,
like yeah.
assuming a partner that is able to, again, we're assuming this is, at the very least, not a pure evil level of malice, like a normal person capable level of malice, which I mean, granted, considering that one of the main inspirations King cited was the homophobic murder of a man in
Mm,
Maine, that's still pretty evil, but like we're toning down the murderousness for the sake of this list.
yeah. With the idea that like engaging with the fear powers wouldn't be deadly, then maybe some kink potential.
Yeah, like without spoiling anything,
I'm
there
sorry.
is
I know this
no,
is about
it's all right,
spoilers.
it's all right. There is a scene where the kids realize that the power of sort of make believe that Pennywise is using works both ways, and at one point, a kid manages to injure it because he tells him, "Oh, my inhaler is full of acid," and he sprays him in the
Like a
face,
little
and it
fear
actually
thing.
hurts.
Oh, so cool.
Mm-hmm.
Like a little fears thing, like the magic in Little Fears. If
Yeah,
you haven't played the role playing game Little Fears or at least read the book, it's really good. It's
I,
about like
I
kids
gotta
having
add
magical.
that to my list.
It's the only system that I've role played, but we only made it through session 0 and session 1.
Oh no.
It was an IRL game, so we just didn't have our schedules line up, and
Oh,
then like,
yeah.
everything happened as it does. But it is one of the things that I've DM'd, and I love Little Fears. It's a good system. It's about kids fighting horror. um, and so with Pennywise, how is he on communication?
Um, hmm. Well, he haunts the children and appears both in physical threatening form, but also just in uh random
Mm.
random bystanders turned out to actually be it spying on them. There
Hmm.
was one particularly hurtful scene very early on where he takes the form of the main character's little brother who he had already killed, just to sort
Oh.
of like really twist the knife.
Oof. So perhaps maybe a little bit bad with being able to trust him.
Yeah, it's the kind of person that I feel like if I were to tell Pennywise secrets, he would, if he had a reason, he would definitely find a way to turn them against me if he
Hmm.
got upset.
Absolutely. Yeah, so that puts him a little bit lower on there. Um yeah, yeah, I think maybe he still is Patrick Bateman less dateable than it
Ooh.
is the question.
I mean, I guess the thing is that with Patrick Bateman, he's a very realistic kind of evil because even if
Mhm.
there aren't like serial killers with this level of power, which I'm sure there are, but even if there aren't that many of those, he still represents a kind of evil in people that is very, very
Mhm.
easy to find parallels to in the modern world. I
Mhm.
feel like it is an almost, well, not almost, it is an inhuman level of malice that you can't really as easily find a good parallel to.
Mhm. Yeah. Feeding off fear means that like it's like mm, I think we could put it on the D tier with like
I can agree to
with
that.
with regards with regards with ooh, it doesn't have to be notated, but just like uh, there is some cool cake stuff that could happen there.
Hmm.
But other than that, like no thank you.
Yeah. Alright, so next we have the mastermind
Mhm.
behind the Jigsaw
Yes.
killer, which, to my
Uh,
surprise, is not actually a sentient ventriloquist puppet.
oh, you didn't know that?
Oh yeah, I've never actually seen the
Mm.
film, so I didn't know that. John Kramer. What a dull name this old fuck has.
So B, how many Saw spoilers are you good with?
I I am not really fond of gore, if
Mhm.
you will, so I
Yeah.
don't intend to ever see Saw. So spoil
Mhm.
away.
Okay. So, he is a person with cancer, who is dying.
So
Like
we
he's
already know right off the bat this is not a long-term relationship.
yeah. This is part of the relationship is like you are gonna be dating like a person that is dying.
Which fair,
He,
because I mean, like, sure,
with
everyone is deserving of and needs love, but
Yeah, absolutely. But like at the same time, like you also, as a partner, are deserving of like
mm,
considering the mental toll it will take on you.
true.
So what his thing is that is he steals. Well, no, sorry, steals people, kidnaps people who he sees not appreciating the life that they have
I see.
and he puts them in traps because the fact that I think he went through a near death experience, or the fact that his life is kind of like he's living with the realization of death, has changed his life,
Hmm.
and he wants to either put these people that he sees as horrible through that experience so that they'll be changed into a better person,
Uh-huh.
or have them die.
Huh.
But he gives them a chance to live. That's the thing. He gives a, if they can want to live enough, changed into a jealous, bitter, evil person who likes to think he's somehow a good person. Yeah, I'm kind of explaining this from his point of view. Obviously, this is not moral. Worst person here in your opinion? E tier. Well, here's the thing. Like he's very much he's trying to put people through traumatic experiences so that they can experience traumatic growth. And he is choosing people that are horrible people otherwise. So if they die, it's not a big deal.
Hmm.
And so he conducts these traps, and most of them are specific to uh, like the way that this person doesn't appreciate their life. If I remember right, I only have one really good thing, but it does come with, and I don't have to talk about it, but it does come with a self-harm warning.
Uh,
With that, what are your? It's okay if you're not up to hearing about this trap.
um, I I think we can probably skip over it.
Okay, yeah. Horror by his definition. You're absolutely correct. I'm kind of explaining it on his side of the story, because I don't know. I have a fondness for him, but I realize that he's a bad person. Like it's not like,
Mm.
but yeah, he creates these traps that like play off of the person's vices, and play off of they're specifically designed for each person. He learns everything he can learn about those people's lives, and he assembles these traps that take an extreme amount of willpower to get through.
Mm.
And so they often involve injury, cutting off limbs, uh, doing like having to do very gross things. But if they can do it, then they get out, and they have a time limit to do it. And then like something will happen, and they will die.
Mm.
Um, and uh, so he designs these, he manufactures these, sets them up in a warehouse. He's an he's and he's like this person that people are trying to catch and stuff like that.
So what I'm
Um,
hearing
yeah.
is he is a man with extreme issues with consent and boundaries.
Mhm.
Very, very judgmental.
Mhm. Does
Um,
feel like he can judge people and decide whether or not they deserve to live, or are good enough to not have to go through this to like appreciate their life. So
yeah.
he is very like self-important and thinks that he can like decide that based on nothing.
Hmm.
Um
He
but
he
yeah.
is sounding like a D tier.
Yeah. Yeah, he for me he would be higher, but that's just because I'm really weird. I have a special fondness for Saw just in general. Uh, it's one of my favorite series. So,
Like I think
yeah.
everyone can kind of agree that we've all had those moments of like vindictive
Yeah.
anger, but at the same
Mhm.
time, you also kind of have to stop and think like, okay, like, do I really want to go through with this? Is
Mhm.
this really worth it?
He's like Pinhead, but without the consent,
Hmm.
with without the talking. But yeah, I think D tier is perfectly fine for him. He would. It would be difficult. Who is this person that's
So I
coming up?
couldn't actually find any picture of him from the 1999 remake, but this is the original black and white version of Imhotep, the mummy.
Mm. I have not seen the Mummy movies. I'm
Really?
sad to say, but I've been on the Mummy ride in Universal
Mm.
Studios like 50 times. So, I know
So,
nothing.
the mummy Imhotep was originally a vizier who,
Mhm,
in order to be with his love, who was uh, the wife of the pharaoh,
mhm,
plots and successfully kills the pharaoh. I believe he successfully kills him, but is stopped before he can uh, fully consummate the relationship with her,
mhm,
and is sentenced to a eternity barred from the afterlife, sealed in a sarcophagus. He is eventually awoken by Western archaeologists slash tomb robbers, which fair. Uh,
mhm,
and he realizes that one of them is apparently the reincarnation of his once lover, and
mhm,
seeks to bring around bring about a ritual to fully revive himself and also bring them together. And
mhm,
also it enacts in the process plagues upon humanity, like but he actually kind of, in at least the 1999 remake, he kind of cops a lot of the Old Testament plagues.
mhm.
So you're getting, like rivers running red with blood,
Locust.
people being eaten alive by scarabs, giant sandstorms shaped like his
Mhm.
face eating planes.
Whoa. Uh, Definitely sounds like he is a loyal person. Uh, the whole I realize it was a different time, but the whole like Bathsheba thing, it doesn't sound like he's okay with poly relationships. It sounds like
Yeah,
he is strictly mono and his partner needs to be strictly mono.
yeah.
Um and uh so how is he like humor and communication wise? Is he at all? Is it just like the plagues and then also he's
Um,
there?
oh, it depends a little bit
Mhm,
uh on the movie. Uh in the original one, he is accidentally revived, escapes from the archaeologists, assumes the identity of a modern day Egyptian, in which form he then
mhm,
helps the archaeologists find the tomb of the princess and his lover, in the
mhm,
process realizing that realizing that a woman is the reincarnation,
mhm,
uh, and there's a there's a lot of like there's a lot of like mental powers in the original. He does like looking glass kind of magic and charms and enchantments on people, so
mhm,
already like enchanting people, kind of already stepping into some consent boundaries here.
mhm,
Uh, in the sequel, he or not a sequel, the remake, he's also, like, he recognizes her as the reincarnated spirit. She does not, though in the original she eventually does.
mhm,
She does not, though, and he doesn't really take no for an answer in that.
mhm. He doesn't really care once she's back to the normal thing. He doesn't care about the shell that that spirit is in. He cares
Exactly,
about
yeah.
like Okay, yeah. So he doesn't sound like a great guy. Bouncy hair time. It's bouncy hair. Yes. Oh my gosh, the floof. The floof. The ears?
Thank you,
Oh
thank
my
you.
gosh. Oh my gosh. Extremely pleasing bouncies. That's the jiggle physics I like to see on things. I don't know if they're jiggles. Anyway, but yeah, so he doesn't seem like that great of a partner. Perhaps a little possessive even,
Mm,
and not really seeing you as like an equal partner.
mm,
Not much of a collaborator,
for
if you
sure,
will.
yeah.
Uh, so to me, that puts him in like C or D tier. Um, where are you thinking?
Let's see. Oh, I guess it kind of depends on how well your worldview of things are going to align with his.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he in the original, he doesn't really have a particularly grand, like, world domination kind of plan. He just is, like, very small scale, very personal about. Is there some kind
This
of
one.
echo?
Is there?
Um, oh, maybe not. All right. But he's a very small scale. He just kind of wants, like, this, not exactly domestic, but this, like, very personal life goal.
Relationship.
In the remake, he's very, like, okay, first we get the wife, then we get the world.
Excellent. Yeah, like if you are down with the evil plan, then it's perfect. And also if you happen to be the person whose spirit has been reincarnated into.
You might have to be
Otherwise,
recorporated, though, back into a mummy body, depending on the version.
back into a mummy. Oh my gosh. That's funny.
Yeah, he did keep, he did in the tomb keep her body around too, so.
I knew there was something kinky.
Hmm.
Yeah. I feel like he's not as like like in a personal on the small scale. He's not as bad as our D tier selections, but he's not much better.
So, C tier?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, so now we're into the J horror.
Woo woo.
Alright, so first up, I always get them mixed up, but I think that is Sadako slash Samara.
Mm-hmm. I don't know the Japanese name, but I do know that Samara is the name that, like I said, this is the one horror movie that I had to subside on for most of my teenagehood. So this is one that I am obsessed with.
Go for it.
Uh, there, so there is of all of these, this is the first child that we have, like actual child. She is not, oh, but she's also a spirit, so maybe, but like
I think
she
it's
seems like.
also a little based on, like, a version.
Mm-hmm. But basically, do you know her story, or do we want to
Uh,
recap it?
I don't particularly know her story. Oh,
Okay. I don't know if you can hear me rubbing my hands together,
I
but
can.
so Samara is like just like a child who was born with uh really disturbing psychic powers, and
Hmm.
it can project thoughts into people, but mainly like images. And uh, she can't really project it as well into human minds as she can into like animal minds.
Hmm.
Um, so, but and also she has other ways that can be projected, which we'll get into. But she is just she's an orphan. It kind of hinted that like her actual biological family was perhaps killed off by this. Basically, she drives people insane.
Hmm.
And specifically drives horses to and like animals. Like this is a big animal death trigger warning for the thing, but like she drives those drives animals to go and uh no no longer live, uh like to kill themselves basically. uh and it's because of these disturbing things. There's also some like thoughts that she has abuse, and she does. So she's adopted, and she's adopted by these people that own a horse stable that breeds like prize horses. So you can see where this is going bad.
Mm.
Um, and uh, and the horses all die from mysterious causes. The uh, mom is extremely strict, does not like her at all.
Mm.
Uh, ends up putting her in the barn, which puts her closer to more horses. Like
Mm.
the whole time, like their business is like torn to shreds.
I mean,
Um,
I would
yeah,
have to think at that point, though, like,
yeah.
if you're noticing a problem with this person you have adopted and
Mm-hmm.
horses, you should not keep them close to the horse.
At that time, they didn't know that it was her specifically. It was really like mysterious because these horses just run off a cliff. Like just they do that.
Oh
Like
no.
in the
I shouldn't
in
laugh at that, but
I
there's
know
something weirdly funny.
it
Why
is,
is there
and
a cliff at a horse farm?
it's it was well, okay, so the horse farm is on
Okay.
an island like in upstate someplace. It feels it's very northern, but it's either in the Pacific Northwest or it's in or I'm completely wrong and it's in like Maine or something like that. Do the horses sprout wings at any point? Nope. Not at all. So her mom has her and is horrified just by her. She's like creepy. She's never getting better. And they like bring her. She's not like verbal. She's a nonverbal person. And her mom just gets really, really upset. And like the business is failing, and she can't. Like at the same time, like her adoptive mom loves her. It's
Hmm.
weird. It's a really weird relationship, as parenthood really tends to be.
Hmm.
And her it gets to a point where they don't have any money and they have the house and that's it. And uh her child is just like still nonverbal, still not like still like having these psychotic episodes and stuff like that. And her mom, in her infinite wisdom, decides to push Samara into a well and kill her, uh, and not have to, because she doesn't feel like she's having a good life. She takes that decision into her own hands, and like is like, well, I can't take care of you and I can't do anything for
Hmm.
you, so this is what I'm going to do. And like it's really
And
sad.
this is like the point where the curse kicks in.
About to be. So Samara survives the fall
Hmm.
and watches as the like lid, the big stone lid, is put over the well, and that's where the ring comes from. There's like a
Hmm.
ring of
Hmm.
light
Hmm.
around that, so that's what the ring is. Then she tries to get out of the well. There's like scratch marks in the well, and all of that. It's sad. And she dies. Then a cabin is built there that people can like do things. But for whatever reason, like the TVs won't work in that cabin. It's like a vacation cabin, and somebody was trying to record the uh, like a football game or something, and they uh, and they get this horrible, disturbing tape on instead. And once they watch the tape back, after the tape's done, they get a phone call and a voice says 7 days. And in 7 days, they die. Also, when they take pictures, their faces are really distorted. It's just like a whole bunch of stuff. And so it turns out that her projecting powers work really good on film and media and screens and things. And also her spirit is haunting this one place. So since the spirit is haunting that one place, when they tried to record it, they instead recorded her thoughts of the spirit. And so her thoughts are this like nightmarish tape that has like close-ups of horses' eyes opening and maggots and all this other stuff, and of course also like the well and the image of the ring of light when the well was closed. And the thing is, she took 7 days to die in the well. So she just inflicts this pain that she's been through on everyone she can. So the concept of the ring, which I'm sure you actually know, is that there is this videotape, it exists. The only way that you can not die in 7 days is if you make a copy of the tape and then share it to someone else. If you don't make a copy, it doesn't work. You can't just give it to someone else and have somebody else watch it. You have to like make a copy and send it somewhere. And then like her spirit leaves to that copy.
I see.
And whoever watches that copy has to deal with it again. So it's like this, like, you know, those chainmail things
Yep.
that are like, oh, if you don't send this to this many people, then blah 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 will happen, or something like that. It's like that, but a horror film, and also before really the internet.
So I've also been looking up the origin of the original one.
Yes, I'm sorry. I only know the American one.
That's all right. So Sadako was born in 1947, but the year before, her mother apparently gained psychic powers by retrieving an ancient statue of a Japanese mystic from the ocean. She was going to present the powers, but was getting migraines from them. The press called her a fraud as a result. She was depressed, eventually committed suicide. But meanwhile, also, it looks like also her husband was trying to contact psychic powers by meditating under a waterfall, which gave him tuberculosis.
Oh my god.
So Sadako, who has been alive while her parents are off doing this, and also is a powerful psychic, is just raised by her relatives. But at the age of 19, she joins a Tokyo-based acting troupe, where she falls in love with a sound operator there. He learns of her powers and accepts them, but an early form of her curse, created in the form of a sound recording, because her thing works with electric media best, caused a sound recording which killed 4 people, including the troupe's director, resulting in a heartbroken Sadako leaving the sound operator for presumably his own protection. Eventually, she visited a sanatorium where she was sexually assaulted by a doctor who
Ooh.
contracted smallpox at some point. And this was also when it was discovered that she was biologically, I'm not sure, but she was intersex. Um, and I guess basically in a gay panic moment, the doctor that assaulted her threw her into the nearby well and sealed her within. And in typical Japanese ghost fashion, she swore revenge on the world, and that is what originated this new supernatural virus, the mixing of the smallpox virus with her psychic powers.
That's way more horrifying.
So,
It is still horrifying. This okay. Uh,
so what are we
yeah,
thinking in terms of dateability? Because I think like
yeah.
I think like as Sadako, the character is like if you can find a way to safely manage the psychic powers, it seems like she was perfectly capable of having a pretty happy, fulfilling, romantic partner.
Yeah. And in the American version, she just never really gets the chance to really grow into that.
Hmm.
So, wow, that's so different.
Yeah.
It's like not super different. I can imagine how the films are similar
Mm.
because they
Mm.
start like after all of this has happened and they unravel the mystery of what happened.
Exactly, yeah.
But like, yeah, the origin story is so much different. Um, so uh, I do think that she like expresses herself pretty well.
Hmm.
Uh, I do think like she is one horror movie monster with powers that is uh I cannot think of any kink possibilities. Any kink
Hmm.
potential with the powers.
I,
Not really, unless like
I guess it's not really powers, but
yeah.
if you ever wanted to like record an experience for later, she kind of can just do that without
Mhm.
really needing a camera. So that's convenient, I guess.
Mhm. um yeah. Hmm. I would say probably B tier. She does have like she is like vengeful and still is and she is also a little nasty because she's like waterlogged
Hmm.
and like that's part of her thing is that she is like she's always dripping.
I think if you can both do that and also find a way to sort of safely work around
Yeah.
the potential for psychic death sounds and recording stuff,
Yeah.
I do think there's potential, like living or dead, like
Yeah.
before being like before she not to jump ahead, but before she strikes me as more of like a Carrie White kind of figure before her death.
Mhm.
Like
Mhm.
if the story of Carrie had continued on after her death, it
Mhm.
would have taken a Sadako like kind of twist.
Mhm. Absolutely. So like I think like I'm still like I feel like she has the potential to be like an A tier relationship. There's just a lot of things that like you have to do and you have to kind of work with there. But I
Mhm.
do think that she definitely could be like especially if we're thinking about before and Sadako, it sounds like she's just like a normal person that happens to have like a curse of some sort. So like, yeah, I think I would be fine with that.
All right.
As long as like the person who we're giving this dating advice to is aware that there are some stipulations.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it kind of does go with Pinhead's thing, where it's like the person has to be like like aware of what they're getting into, but it could be an 8-year relationship if done right.
So next then is the other famous Yuri. Sorry, Yurei, not Yuri. Very different. Kayako from The Grudge.
So I've never actually seen The Grudge, but I did hyperfixate on it a lot as a teenager and other stuff. There used to be a Flash website of The Grudge, and it was like the scariest thing.
No.
It puts you in like in the midst of it, and it plays sounds, and it just
so
scary. I never made it through, and now Flash is dead.
Oh.
So I never will.
Oh no.
But yeah, so I do know her story.
All right.
She's a mom who has an abusive husband, and her husband is extremely abusive and abusive to her child, and just horrible, just a horrible man. He's the real antagonist of this whole story. But he murders her son, and in a big fight. It starts in a big fight where he like incapacitates her and murders her son, and then murders the cat, and also murders her. And when she's murdered, her feelings are so strong. The pain of this is so strong, kind of like Sadako. The pain of it is so strong that she like haunts that area, and as a ghost, she goes through her final hours every night. So she lobster crawls down the stairs because she was dragged down the stairs. She like does all of the things. Her son is also in the picture. He also haunts the area just because of how violent it was. Her son was drowned, and I forgot what happened to the cat.
Probably also drowned.
Yeah. A download for Flash Online as well as an old browser. There's always ways to play it if you wanted to. I might do that for a Halloween stream on my channel at some point, because I'm looking for point-and-click games that don't exasperate my wrist. But yeah, so the monster is just like the memory, if that makes sense. The husband who did all these horrible things does not haunt the house because he kept on living.
Really?
And, yeah. And it's just her, and whenever like a living person is in her way while she's going through these final hours of her life, she kills them in horrible ways. She scares them to death. She does all of these things. But it's revealed that she's really just like a ghost going through everything. Like like there's a big scene where she's like in the bed, but it's because she was in the bed that night at the beginning. And like she does these horrible crab walks down the stairs that are really scary, but it's because she was dragged down the stairs, and she does all of this. And it's just like the monster is really the memory and less her. She's definitely the face of the monster, but like it's just like her spirit and like the amount of pain that she went through, and she forces anybody that like comes in her path to like go through that pain.
Hmm.
And she does like once you've interrupted her nightly ritual, she does like go after you.
Hmm.
Um, and she makes like this sound that's like she can't talk.
Right.
She
Because,
can
like, her
only
throat was snapped.
crushed. Mhm.
Hmm.
So she yeah, it's really hard to judge this one because like we don't know much about her other than the fact that she was a mom in a really abusive house with an abuser. Um,
Like, it sounds like.
yeah.
It sounds like. Again, because we have to assume that, as per the Sapience rule,
Mhm.
that her ghost is at least, in this context, functional enough to have, like,
Mhm.
personality, a sense of self, that sort of thing. And, like,
Mhm.
from what I've heard, like, the actual context of the character, she really doesn't sound like she was a bad person.
She wasn't. That's
Yeah.
like the point of it is like the horror is just the fact that like normal people get pulled into things like this.
Hmm.
Um so like I feel like she's almost on the same level as um Mrs. Voorhees, where
Hmm.
she's like a mom who's been through a lot of pain. Like if she like had more agency than like just the ghost of herself,
Hmm.
like she would be but like we didn't change the whole entire plot.
Hmm.
I feel like it would go in a very like Mrs. Voorhees direction,
Hmm.
especially if she lived
Hmm.
and went through all of that. So I'm thinking S tier because she is like just a. It turns out that like normal people tend to be dateable.
Yeah, as it turns out.
She's a traumatized normal person,
Oh,
but yeah,
yeah, we
she's
all have our
interesting.
baggage. Nothing
Yeah.
that can't be worked out. I'm gonna
Hmm.
briefly open the door because I think I might have heard my son.
Okay, no problem. Totoro. Totoro.
Alright, so next up we have Hannibal Lecter of
Ooh.
both The Silence of the Lambs and also whatever the TV show was
Oh,
called. I do not
we're
remember.
including. It's just called Hannibal.
Hannibal, alright.
Oh my gosh.
So we're
Oh my.
considering both the Anthony Hopkins and the Mads Mikkelsen, which I think we can both get this out of the way. Very fuckable.
Extremely. Extremely. Oh,
Like,
Mad.
even if you divorce the sex aspect of it, the scenes where he's cooking in the kitchen, that is 100% Mads. Like the scene where he throws an egg into the air, perfectly chops it mid-air just by
Oh,
holding it and catching it on the knife edge, that's all Mads.
oh, oh man. And uh, he does like once again when he's into you, he's into you.
Mm, mm,
He is obsessed with you. He makes friends with your friends because they like you. Like because they're a part of you. Like he is extremely attentive
mm-hmm,
when it comes to that and stuff like that. Uh, he he just eats whoever he wants. Is the thing. He doesn't really care if they're a good or a bad person, and that's almost like preferable to like Jigsaw, who like decides a person's a bad person. He has no moral code, but it's almost better that way. I guess he's a goot choice if you want to get 8. Oh gosh.
It's
What?
alright. It's alright, Akaka. You don't have to lie about being sorry.
Here. So I'm not into vor, but
But
food preparation is hot.
that's very true, and we're the core tenet is we're assuming that they, at the very least, will not have murdered us, and ideally, perhaps, would not have murdered, period.
Yeah, and perhaps
Sure it is, Akagi.
No, we know. We're actually talking about the logistics of being 8, not 4. I mean, he would tell you, please tell me what wine my pussy tastes good with. Please, absolutely. I'm sorry.
That would be good, though. It
Please,
really would be.
tell me, like, he enjoys. He's very hedonistic. He just enjoys things to the fullest. He would. Damn. I just want to.
And do you remember the scene at the end of the movie where he's like in the rain coming down on them? He's carrying the unconscious FBI agent out. That's hot.
Yeah. Yes, a nice Bordeaux would accompany this well. And then if we're talking about the show, he also psychoanalyzes you all the time and like is up in your brains. And he is a psychologist and is up in people's brains, like in the movie too. But it's much more fleshed out in the show how he is up in your brains. He is like, what are your traumas? Like that's like his like opening line on a blind date. Like,
It would be, wouldn't it?
How did your mother hurt you, Will Graham?
Please, sir, I just want to have my dogs and be in peace.
And if you're into that, he could like genuinely like be a like he knows how to be a healthy partner, and he's like very well versed in all of that. He doesn't really have like morals. One of the things that he'll like prescribe to like there's a point in the show where he does prescribe to one of his patients like, yeah, you should kill your brother because he's awful and has done this traumatic thing to you. I think it will be really cathartic and good for you. Like,
I mean, in fairness, it probably was, but...
absolutely. And it absolutely, the brother absolutely deserved it. But, like, he likes to mentor people. He likes to, like, he just is absolutely, like, ruthless when it comes to, like, his decisions that he makes. So, like, he's ruthless, but he knows what's healthy. He knows like therapeutic stuff, and he knows like what your brain is going through, and he can use that both ways. He can make you go insane like he did to Will Graham. He can like intentionally induce like psychotic episodes, or he can just like be like, yeah, you should kill your brother because he's bad, and
get you a man who can do both.
Yeah. So he's just so hot, Beatrix.
He really is.
He's just so hot.
He really is. It's like, I'm no Hideo Kojima, but I can appreciate a Mads Mikkelsen.
Like, you are dating an actual sociopath, like an actual person that does not, like, experience guilt or, like, remorse, but understands it.
And yeah, and I think there's And I think
And
because like there are real people who have
mhm,
relationships with like clinical psychopaths, and I think that part of the reason why those relationships can work is like sure he doesn't feel those, but he
mhm,
still has the understanding of what they mean for
yeah,
people and is willing to enact on that.
yeah, and he like understands and is willing to. And people that like have that or other personality disorders can be like it can be like, okay, I know what I'm feeling, but I know what's right. They can still like figure out what's right and wrong and stuff like
Exactly,
that.
yeah.
It's just like they have to go about it in a different way. Neurodivergent problems have neurodivergent answers.
So what are we
Uh,
thinking tier wise?
I want A or S. I can't not lower than A, but I kind of think S. I think S
Yeah, let's
tier
go
would
for it.
be, yeah, he's an example. He sets the example. All horror movie villains should aspire to be him. At least all human
Mm.
ones should aspire to be his level of like horrifying and yet endearing.
So next we've got the Predator.
I have not watched the Predator movies. I
I
do
have
know he's
not
hot
either.
though.
And
I do know he's ripped.
oh, he absolutely is.
He's a
So
hot
let's
hunk of
see.
whatever he's made of.
So I believe this is one of those like simpler movie plots.
Mhm.
It is a species of alien. But
Mhm.
ba.
And he is like a predator person. Like predator is very literal in his
Oh
mind.
yeah, like it is a very, very hunter apex predator based culture, and
Mhm.
apparently, uh, there is like yeah, there's an alien world where it is collecting or luring or bringing in a bunch of people that it considers like a worthy hunt.
Oh
Uh,
my gosh.
and then it hunts them. Simple as
I
that. It's a very sort of in as much as with alien technology and stuff can be, it's a very fair play sort of hunter. Like
mhm.
it is like once it gets down to just the last person, it is in this show of chivalry. It like takes off its armor and its weaponry and just like one-on-ones Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Oh, that's so cool.
And like after that, the rest of them are like basically just kind of totally chill with it because like okay, yeah, you won. Go ahead. You're free to go.
Yeah.
You're basically a predator now. It's cool.
Yeah. Wow. So I haven't watched the movie, but I have watched the Voyager.
Hmm.
I have watched Voyager, Star Trek Voyager, which has a race that seems entirely now that I've heard like the lore a little bit, entirely based on this.
Oh, all
they
right.
have a There's a species that's like a group of hunters that has like this their entire culture is the hunt. Now I think they're a little bit more talky than like the predator would be. They like have a lot of monologues about like the noble hunt and worthy hunts and stuff like that. But I they're exactly the same except they are on spaceships instead of at a planet.
Mhm.
But yeah. So uh I'm thumbs up on this guy. I don't know which tier, but I'm not lower than B for me. Just because like seems fun. Seems like a good time, perhaps.
I feel like
Perhaps.
it's gonna be a very competitive partner.
Oh
Is
yeah.
the thing like you have to be. This is the like you've heard of partners that like oh yeah I'm a weekend warrior. I like run triathlons for a
Mhm.
good laugh. This is like that to the nth degree. You have to be always ready to be on your game for like something really challenging. Maybe it won't always be physically challenging, but this is definitely someone who is gonna be seeking the next like big thrill, the next high.
Something that like this makes me think of uh, as a horny person
Hmm. Hmm.
is just like two switches just constantly battling for dominance. Hell yeah, fuck yes, I am down.
All right,
I'm really down.
all right. Where are you
uh,
thinking?
I'm thinking A tier. I don't think it's S tier. It's not. It, this would be a very specific relationship, but it would be good if you got it to work.
It works for me. So next we have the Wolfman.
Oh, from where?
From
Just Wolfman?
movies. Yep. Just
The
any
Wolfman?
movie that has had the Wolfman in it.
I would.
Yep. We're getting into real furry hour.
uh, I mean, that not though.
Mm.
What do you, what?
I mean, ones like the Wolfman are gonna be tough just because like also I just realized that I didn't include Frankenstein or Dracula on this list. Weird. Oh well.
Mhm.
That's true. There are certainly wolf ladies.
Yeah.
I know that for a fact. I have seen werewolf ladies in films before, and in fact, there's a couple really good ones like Ginger Snap or
Mm,
Trick or Treat. There's a bunch of really fun werewolf ladies.
yeah.
Uh,
I'm into it with a lady or a guy. I'm into all of that. I'm I'm a big yes on this.
yeah, like in terms of because there's not really like a single movie we can pull werewolf from. There's just so
Hmm.
many. Like if we look at the broad spectrum of what it means to be a wolf, it's going to be a
Hmm.
partner who is very, very pack, very family unit
Hmm.
oriented. They're going to be like competitive, but in a very affectionate kind of way. They
Hmm.
may get a little rough and tumble, so you do have to be up for things to get like a little rough sometimes. Uh,
I'm never not. But yeah, I know that you're
I mean, you're
talking in
going to have to
general.
be okay with things getting uh, like, I mean, anything that you would have to do to dog-proof a house for one of the very large breeds of dogs, you're gonna have to do for this partner too, because like at the very least, depending on the lore, at the very least, there's going to be one time of the month where they are just going to be totally out of it. Though that said, what are your thoughts on does a werewolf's transformation coincide with when they would be in heat?
Oh,
Is transformation a werewolf Estus?
oh man. I
Also, is it Estus? Because I'm pretty sure that's just the thing from Dark Souls.
I don't know what I don't know actually. Is it like hormones? I don't know. But what oh damn. And I've seen very many just I want to specifically no, I'm not going to like paint a picture of a sex scene. No.
That's probably what I'm thinking of, Umbra. Thank you.
Esteros. Estrus.
Yeah, when someone's in heat.
Yeah. Damn. I yes. I think that that might be nice. But also if it isn't and they just like also go into heat, that's fine. Uh
Yeah.
I'm down for all of it.
So what are we
I'm
thinking for werewolves?
I'm a big yes. I'm a big S tier
Agreed.
for werewolves as a general concept.
Now, since I
Candyman.
Also, at the end of this, because I shamefully forgot to put on their pictures, but at the end, if there's time, I would like to circle back to also hit vampires as a general concept and Frankenstein's monsters as a general concept.
Absolutely.
But first, let's talk about the supremely fuckable Tony Todd's
Oh my god.
Candyman.
I haven't seen the new movie yet, and I trust Jordan Peele to do a good job,
Plus, I
so
mean, they brought
I'm
back Tony
excited.
Todd for it, so.
Oh man. Oh man. I so I and like he's pretty dateable.
Would you like to go through the basic of the at least the original's plot?
Yes. Let's go through the basics, like the plot movements. Uh oh, me? Okay.
Yeah,
So Tony
this is
Man,
another one I haven't seen.
let me I want to get his story completely right.
Okay.
Uh so let me just pull up Candy Man origin. So he was originally a slave
Hmm.
in in colonial times. And let me go ahead and do appearance, development, concept. Okay. Oh, Granville T. Candyman was the scion of a rich black family in 1870s Chicago, so he wasn't a slave. Having gained fame for his portraits and music, Granville is commissioned to paint Helen, the ravishing daughter of a wealthy landowner.
Mm.
Granville demands that Helen pose in the nude as Venus, and her shock soon turns into love. The forbidden interracial affair brings the city's wrath down on Granville, cutting his right painting hand off with a rusty blade. The lynch mob then covers his naked body with honey, cheering as he's stung to death by bees. So, like, pre-monsterification, he's just a very dateable man who
Mm.
got in, like, that who fell in love with like the wrong person. Uh, and uh, post, he has like psychic powers. So we find him in a Chicago building, uh, like okay, yeah, he's an urban legend in this one like area that's like public housing. And specifically, like, there's this the film is from the perspective of this like white lady who is writing a paper on urban legends in impoverished black communities. So it's kind of like an interesting and very tense film. And like racism is like just like a theme. It's
Mm.
unavoidable.
There would
Um,
not be a Get Out if there was not first a Candyman.
yeah, absolutely. Um, and um, he is a spirit that haunts this area. And if you say his name 3 times while looking in the mirror, he comes and kills you. He is it seems like he's just like an urban legend at first, but he becomes more and more uh solidified that it's not just a legend. He has like hypnosis powers. He has bees. Uh and
Bees in the trap, bees in the trap.
yeah. And uh he's I don't want to read. I almost started reading the plot to Candyman 2021. Okay, so I'm not going to look at that because I don't want spoilers. But he Mhm.
So what are we thinking for
Yeah.
him?
I think we've got to do S tier.
Yeah,
Like,
like even if we were to do this shallowly enough on looks alone,
yeah.
Tony Todd, this guy.
Yeah, I understand that bees are a squick for some people, but like at the same time, like bees are actually pretty gentle as
And he
far
can
as
also just like not let the bees out.
yeah, he could know that about you. And yeah. So yeah, he's hot. He can do a little hypnosis. He can do a little hypno play. He's got everything. He's just he's on the same level as Hannibal Lecter. It's almost like S plus tier is Hannibal Lecter
But
and
here's the thing,
Candyman
Umbra,
for me.
here's the thing.
Uh-huh.
One of the world's earliest reported vibrators was owned by Cleopatra, and it was a jar in which she kept living bees, and the
Oh my gosh,
vibrations of that is what caused the vibrator to function.
I did not know this.
Consider Candyman bee-filled dick. You don't have the bees coming out, but it's vibrating.
That was okay. I was on board until you like put the bees in his dick.
Well,
No,
they don't have to be. It could be anywhere.
I like maybe he uses them to vibrate his big metal claw that he has.
Yeah.
That's much better than putting them in his dick. Gosh.
Oh. Fair,
Yeah, I
fair.
mean, like he could, Umbra, we might be a little biased, but I think he can something honey pot something. um, good, yes,
Oh. Alright. We still got a lot to go. We
yeah.
need to make
Sorry.
sure. No, it's alright. It's just as much my fault. This is just a lot of fun. So next we have Chucky.
Ugh. So
Yeah.
I don't know anything about Chucky. I haven't
So all
really
I
watched.
know about Chucky is he was a serial killer and before he died and somehow used black magic or whatever to put his soul post-death into a I think it's a good guy Charlie or like a good guy Chucky
Mhm.
kind of one of those is the name of the doll, and then he
Yeah.
continues to be a murderous thing.
Mhm.
Yeah,
He's
he is kind of
yeah.
just an asshole.
He is kind of just an asshole. From what I've heard, like the biggest horror of Chucky is the fact that like when you go to the authorities, they laugh at you. They don't believe you.
Also, I
Uh,
feel like he's one of the
yeah.
least effective horror antagonists, even within his movies, because like, okay,
Mhm.
it's a doll. Dolls are very weak. You can like pick it up, you can lock him in a furnace, you can dismantle him, you can like hydraulic press him. There's a lot of things you can do to destroy a doll.
I feel like he like gets a hold of weapons and stuff really easily. But anyways, like I don't really think that he is. Uh, I do think the horror of people not believing you
Hmm.
is
You,
like a
you think
viable
that
horror.
you think that he's into gaslighting.
Yeah, but
Hmm.
yeah, no, I was saying like as a horror movie, I still want to see this. I still think that it's viable as a horror movie,
Hmm.
but I do not think he's dateable. I
Yeah,
think he's a
plus,
difficult
like,
date.
we do actually see later with the Bride of Chucky that he did have a partner, and that was a really unhealthy relationship, so we have, like, a precedent now for saying, no, he's shit.
Yeah. Also, I'm a little biased against him because he's like the most annoying part of
Mm,
like Halloween Horror Nights at Universal Studios. But
yeah.
this is the second time I've mentioned Universal Studios.
Well, I mean, they made a lot of horror movies, so...
Yeah. Hi, I grew up in Orlando. So I have a lot of theme park memories.
He
But
doesn't
yeah,
use protection. Oh. That's
Oh,
pretty
not
rough.
cool.
Also, like, he's a doll. He wouldn't even have any bits. He'd have to entirely get away with fingers and fists and whatnot.
He could hold a vibrator. He could hold
Yeah,
a
I
dildo.
guess.
But like it's about his pleasure, I feel like,
Yeah.
not yours.
So D
So
tier.
D tier, absolutely.
All right. Next we have. I think this character's name is David from The Lost Boys.
I do not know this one.
All right. So let me look up. What? This is a American teen horror movie, and this is a young Kiefer Sutherland of all people. It is about two Arizona brothers who move to California and end up almost being seduced into the homoerotic uh, cult of hot young vampire men.
Hell yeah. Okay. I'm on board. I'm here. You've got my attention. Is this a hot young vampire man? He's in a sex
Yes.
cult?
For most of the movie, David here is the mysterious leader of the gang, who is like kind of like, no, he's basically flirting. I mean, if you look at the character and take into context the design within like 90s queer dress code, this is absolutely someone who has been costume coded and within the movie behavior coded as very gay.
Oh, I definitely need to see this movie. Uh, yeah, I think just like on everything you've told me, I'm feeling A tier for sure.
Now, let's see. It looks like uh, he does kind of try to force one of the brothers into like becoming a part of the group. Like, go on, just do it. Just kill. It's not that hard, and then you can just like hang out and be a cool hot young vampire with us forever.
Mm-hmm.
Or like the next day when he refuses, we later find out that there was another one who she's somehow apparently like a half vampire, and that David had intended for the brother who refused to become her first kill to make her like a full vampire, despite her wanting to like not really be a vampire.
So he doesn't really care that much about like he when he knows what he wants, he doesn't really take no for an answer. It sounds like.
Hmm.
Um, maybe A or B. I could move down to a B because of that.
Yeah, I think like divorced of the murdering vampires are a potential partner.
Yeah, for sure. I think that vampire polycules is like where it's at
All right,
personally.
I could go with like a B tier.
Yeah, they're good at sucking. Ha.
Uh, no, Dracula don't suck. Dracula scrape and lick. As one of the few characters I liked from the Grim Adventure of Billy and Mandy.
Oh, that's good.
So next we have the swamp creature from the Black Lagoon, but could also be
100%.
expanded.
This movie.
I know, yeah. We know what happens. I personally would.
Yep, you're right.
We've both seen The Shape of Water.
I
We
haven't actually.
You haven't?
Yeah,
Oh my
I
god,
have,
we
like,
need
I
we
know
need
3 people that need to, that are like we need to watch this together.
Yes, you now have 4.
Yeah.
It is so good. And like even in the
bad.
original, like if you look at I think it's like the 7-Year Itch with Marilyn Monroe. Like even in that movie, even that far back, there were still people who got like, hey, this is a romantic tragedy. Like I wanted
Yeah.
to see this very shy, heartbroken, romantic swamp creature to get the girl and like have that
Yeah.
happy ending.
Yes. I think that like swamp guys on all levels can swim in my waters
Mm.
100%. I'm very pro swamp again, Florida core.
There's no drain in that swamp.
uh, so yeah, I think this is correct. I think we made the right call with S tier for him.
Now we have the Phantom of the Opera.
Oh no, this is this
So we have to consider all the versions. Also, hey, Stupendous. So we've
hello.
got the original Lon Chaney. We also have
Uh
to consider the Gerard Butler.
huh. And the Antonio Banderas.
Oh shit, he was in one too?
Yeah,
Oh, I didn't know that.
it might have been a stage production, but he was, and
Hmm.
I am obsessed with. This is really hard. And also, this is like a really charged topic. Like people, there is still like an active Phantom
Oh, we haven't
uh,
gotten to Norman Bates
fandom.
yet, Stupendous. We will, though.
Uh, there's still like a Phantom of the Opera fan base that
Mm.
like has wars over this. Has like it's the Phantom of the Opera fandom at this point is kept up simply because of like is only exists out of spite towards the people that ship Raoul and versus people that ship I can't remember the Phantom's actual name, but Christine with the Phantom. There's a fight happening all the time.
All right, so I know this might be a controversial opinion,
Hmm.
but I don't see the appeal in the Phantom. Like, sure, he's got a nice singing voice and can be artistic, and sure, I guess I wouldn't mind getting singing lessons from him, but he's he only ever really wants to get to know people on his terms. He's
Hmm.
very, very controlling. There's the whole consent issues with the hypnosis slash gaslighting, pretending to be your dead father.
Hmm.
I
Yeah,
personally don't really see it.
to be honest, like that is an incredibly valid opinion and like 100%. Like I feel like Phantom is C or D tier and I prefer Phantom. But I prefer it because sometimes problematic things are fun to read. But like you are correct in like that is the proper read. He's less of a lover and more of a person that obsesses over you and only one person. He's very like monogamous because like he puts all his eggs in that basket. Like he writes music and he's this tragic figure who's been hurt and all of that and he is looking for his like prima donna basically his the star of his show and then he like makes everything about that and centers
Mm.
you in that and that's pretty intense. Those are the things that and like those are the things that are like his selling points
Mm.
is that he makes you feel like the center of the world. He centers you in the world.
Mm.
But like absolutely he doesn't really see you as like a person with will as much as he sees you as like his star for his music that
Mm.
you're going to perform for him in this exact way. So that is what I have to say about the Phantom.
So, what do you think for tier?
I think I think D tier because also thinking about the book too.
Hmm.
Yeah, like he's just not a good guy. You shouldn't date this one. You shouldn't date this one. If you are looking for people to date someone else.
Alright, so next we have the Invisible Man. I tried getting a picture of him, I couldn't. So, image not found.
Okay, so I have only seen the Invisible Man in one context,
Hmm?
and it's embarrassing.
Oh?
It's the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
Don't worry, that's the only movie I've seen him in too.
Okay, good.
So, in the movie version, not that bad a guy. The original comic version, kind of a sex offender. Um,
Okay.
Within the movies I've seen, the earlier one from the original Universal Monsters period, I think the plot is essentially that he's kind of a mad scientist. He's very. Exactly, Umbra. He's very self centered in his goal. He doesn't
Mm,
really consider the consequences of his actions.
mm,
And then in the more recent one, it's even worse because, like, in that one, he is actively. So in that one, he's developed like this invisibility sort of cloak, basically, as
mhm,
like military tech stuff, and
mm,
he uses that to violate his ex's personal space by like sneaking into her house or
mm-mm.
like gaslighting and threatening her. So like in no form really would I consider the Invisible Man a good partner.
Uh, Here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
The kink potential is off the fucking
Oh,
charts. Oh
absolutely,
my gosh.
absolutely, yeah.
The kink potential like is just just like so high up that it could take this D tier man and put him in the C tier just based on his thing. And my understanding of it was that it was a condition that he didn't mean to have.
Hmm.
So I don't know where I got that. And so yes, I think that this is a D tier man with a power that's like S tier, and that puts him in the C tier.
I you know I have seen exactly one version of the Invisible Man that makes him a redeeming character, and that's also the only version I've seen him in. So I guess this is the only good thing to have ever come out of the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen film version.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, so
Yep.
next we've got the queer icon himself, Mr. Babadook.
Mr. Babadook. I don't like. I watched that movie, and I have no idea how he would be as a partner. Like
Same.
it,
All I know of him is that he's a physical embodiment of chronic depression,
yeah,
which,
like
to be fair, could be said about a lot of queer people, I suppose.
true. Uh, but yeah, uh, the I have no idea. Uh, and I've watched the movie. I've watched the movie twice. I know the plot of this movie. I have no idea. Let's put him in A tier just because he's cute.
He does.
Like
You're right, Umbra. He does seem a little clingy.
he seems clingy. True. I know that like another thing was like abuse. Kind of like he symbolized like the to me like when I watched it, and this is not a read that I've seen other people take, but like the generational trauma and like that cycle of abuse. I feel like he can kind of represent that too. And that's not great. But like he's difficult, but he's so cute. He's so cute, and he moves really, really freaky, like a stop motion animated like figure in the real world.
Mm.
And that's creepy and cool. And Bobby Duke, star of the Scaredy Cats channel.
Also, thank you, Akagi. It was nice having you here, and I hope to see you again sometime. Have a good one.
Yeah.
Alright.
I would push for like C or B. But I want to put him in A tier for like the culture, you know?
So, like, from what I'm reading, I just quickly picked up an article of how the Babadook became a surprise gay icon, and like obviously, flamboyant fashion sense, but also it's you could read into it as an example of the queer experience, feelings of oppression and isolation. Some readings also have suggested the movie is about Amelia coming to terms with her son's homosexuality, which I haven't seen the movie, so I don't know how valid a reading that is. But
So, do you know why it's actually a queer icon, though, right?
uh, because it was misplaced in
Yeah.
the LGBT section on Netflix.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yep.
uh, yeah, I don't know. Is Bobby Duke like?
Also, I love that Bobby Duke. Please,
Sorry.
please, Mr. Babadook was my father. You can call me Bobby.
Oh my gosh, you haven't watched Scaredy Cats. Okay, so there's a really cool leftist VTuber, not VTuber, leftist YouTuber who
Mm-hmm.
has a side channel where he talks about where they talk about horror films. They actually use all pronouns. I don't know why I corrected myself. Their name is Mildred, and they have a running joke of Bobby Duke, star of the channel, and it's like this Baba Duke that's like animated. And it has like a chain, like a necklace, and like a ball cap. And
Oh.
Bobby Duke, star of the channel, he was a joke. The joke is that Mildred, the creator, uh, thought of this joke at uh, when she was high on edibles, marijuana edibles, and she put him in
Oh, that's so good.
one movie, in one of her little videos, and he's so popular. Bobby Duke is here to stay and has to show up in every video now, and has to remind Mildred that one, Mildred thought of him on marijuana edibles, and two, that he's the star of the channel.
Mm.
He's the best. Anyways, this is the second time in this month that I've explained Bobby Duke to someone.
Well,
But
I think
anyways,
since we have to, since part of the rules is we have to consider all uh, portrayals of the character in of like mainstream media, I think we have to include Bobby Duke in the interpretation of the Babadook.
well, okay, if we're talking that, he's kind of a little bit of a douchebag, but like a heartfelt one with a heart of gold. Just like, you know, like those people that have like a lot of douchiness on the outside, but like also like are really loyal and friendly. Yeah, I guess that's what I would say about Bobby Duke.
All right, so where should we put Mr. Duke?
I still kind of want him to be in the A tier just for the culture. I'm just imagining coming across this uh, tier list on the internet, like as an image, and I would want to see the Babadook in the A tier.
I can appreciate that.
Yeah.
So from one queer icon to another, we now have Audrey 2 of Little Shop of Horrors.
Okay, so again, I am not into vor, but
Go on, go on.
but one of the first like fetish porn things that I found was a Little Shop of Horror thing where like in the mouth there were like dildos attached to tentacles, you know, but it was like live action. It was a mess. And it left a very big impression on me. I'm not into gore, but
It's alright, you don't have to say but.
listen, there's tentacles, there's big mouth, there's
Singing voice.
singing voice, that voice.
I'm just a mean green mother from outer space, and I am there.
Yeah, and he's not. I don't know how he'd be as a partner, but I know he'd be like a fun romp as a lover.
So would that kind of be comparable to what we said about Freddy? Or do we think that Audrey would necessarily be a better or a worse partner if we're using... Because that's very similar to what we said about Freddy, so I feel like that'd be a good metric of comparing.
I feel like tentacles push him up a notch to be, and also that like I feel like he's not as like nasty as Freddy. He's nasty, but he's not that nasty.
Also, what that mouth do? Only B tier and better can find out. Alright, so now we have the other meta horror film on the list, Leslie Vernon. Are you familiar with Leslie?
No, where's she from?
I am not honestly familiar with them either, but I think it is a guy. Let's see, so Leslie Vernon, from... Come on, just give me the movie name. I think it's Leslie Vernon from a movie called Leslie Vernon, The Rise of the Slasher. But if I recall right, it is basically yeah, here we go. Behind the Mask, The Rise of Leslie Vernon. It is a mockumentary black comedy slasher film, which basically, it's a setting where conceptually famous slasher films were like historical events, and a journalist and her cameraman are documenting the preparation of the titular Leslie as he prepares to join in as a new slasher. So he is like, he talks in the film about, okay, so like my concept is there's this boy from an urban legend that got possessed and killed his family before being killed by townfolk. That's going to be my concept. And they talk about, okay, so this is my survivor girl. She's my chosen virginal survivor girl. I got a strict training regimen. Got to learn theater techniques to create the proper atmosphere. Got to really work on my cardio because you got to be sprinting at them until they turn back to look, and got to switch back to the gentle walk. And it's like that kind of I don't know why I'm giving him this accent when he's in Reno, Nevada, but...
I love him. I love him right now. Yeah. That sounds pretty good, to be honest. Like, since he's, like, aware of, like, the genre and everything. But also, he's deciding to do that. But also, he might get famous. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this person. I have never heard about him before today.
Also interesting, there's a couple of, like, pretty big name horror movie visual icons that show up in this. Like, you have Robert Englund shows up as a doctor in it. Kane Hodder is a guy living in an Elm Street house. Zelda Rubinstein, who you might remember as Tangina, the psychic medium from Poltergeist. Yeah, there's a lot of just, like, Oh, okay. You're in this? Sure.
This is just a horror movie a horror fan's horror movie.
Oh, for certain, yeah.
Sounds excellent, and I do want to watch it. I think for me, I'm kind of neutral, and I guess the middle would be B tier, but I don't. How do you feel? I literally have not heard about this person in
I have only heard minorly more, and that's only because of like research and such. Um, so, oh, I don't want to spoil it because it does sound like something that you are interested in watching, but hmm?
I was just saying. Oh, I see. There's like a something else.
Yeah, because like it is meta enough that like there is a bit of a twist ending. I'll say the romantic interest might not be who you think it is. So like I guess that would translate as Leslie, he can be kind of like a little coy, a little indirect with the initial come on, but like once you get past that, he's a little more straightforward.
So like not the best communicator, but
At least not in the initial like courtship phase, yeah.
yeah, I think I now feel a little bit more confident in the B tier.
That works for me.
Mhm.
Okay, now we have going way, way back to some of the foundational slasher films with Norman Bates.
Oh my, he's so handsome.
He is a pretty handsome dude.
His sweater, his his fashion sense.
It really is like, what if Jimmy Stewart, but a secret murderer?
Yeah, like he's so interesting. He does have mommy issues.
Yeah, he is very
And
hung up on that relationship.
and I would feel like it would perhaps go in a way where he would want you to take a more maternal type of role.
Although, I guess to be fair, you can say that about a lot of single men.
Yeah, that's true. So like that, it's not really a selling point for me. Um, he. This is also, I think, the first person who I'm like, that's a bottom. Like,
Well, yeah, I mean, he's submitting to
stuff.
someone who isn't even alive anymore.
Yeah,
That's pretty powerful bottom.
yeah. So yeah, huh. He fashion alone gets him to B tier for me.
Would that tier change though with the rest of him as a concept?
I feel like if you were into exactly the right type of kink, it would be really good. So I think A tier might be it because I can imagine like a really like 10 out of 10 relationship that you could be in with him, but like you have to be informed and aware of what you're going into and like have that communication beforehand. And also there's some baggage to work through there too. What are your thoughts?
I'd say I'm not really like a huge fan of him. I think there's also like something to be said because like it's my personal reading that there really isn't any kind of like gender identity element in it, but there has been like a lot of things thrown in that kind of allegation, which like I don't know, like I'm not super comfortable with that.
Yeah, I didn't really forget about that. It just like slipped my mind there with like the whole thing. So yeah, I think that could move him pretty significantly down. I think maybe C tier. Just because like there is that, and like that's kind of like fetishized, at least perhaps for him.
All right, I feel
Yeah.
comfortable at C tier.
Yeah.
All right, so now we get to an even more controversial one.
Yeah.
Dr. Franklin N. Furter. I question if he's a doctor, first of all. So I'll just call him Mr.
It's been a long time since I've watched Rocky Horror Picture Show. Another thing that I should probably watch this October.
Vinny was actually trying to convince me to, because you know how like the ideal sequence of watching the Rocky Horror Picture Show is through like a live set of people performing, but while the actual music and movie is still being played. Vinny is trying to convince me to try and get people together to do that, but
a friend who had a really bad experience with that. For her first time that she went there, she was like 15, and it was just not a great environment for her to be in. So
yeah, like people talk a lot about how as a queer community, we need to have more queer spaces that are not inherently sexual. So, like, sure, it's great to have gay bars and gay nightclubs, but we also need stuff like
gay coffee shops.
Yeah, gay coffee shops, gay youth centers, things that are queer that aren't inherently sexualized. Also, thank you for the hydrate, Umbra.
Hydrate sounds good.
Also, they say, now see, being that he's canonically committed sexual assault.
Well, here's the thing. There are several people on this list that you could make that argument about too. With him, it's a little bit more like outright, but like you could make that assumption with a lot of them. Not assumption, argument. So like here's the thing. I find him like very hot. And very like exactly like the type of person that I would like to like be around, even just like not romantically and stuff. If like this was a real person that existed and was just into this kink and living their life like that, and like it,
and like a certain amount of hedonism is just a good thing. It's a release valve. Sometimes you just need to be able to drop down the presumptions and forget what you are by the light of day.
And I think if we're going to take him into like the modern terms of like everything, I think we can at least call him gender non-conforming, if not like fully non-binary.
I'd buy that, yeah.
Yeah, like, and that's something that like for me, like it's not like I'm a chaser, but I do seek that out just because of a shared experience. So that's a very personal thing.
No, I can relate to that. I was actually just bemoaning the other day how I feel kind of bad about both of my relationships being with mask people, and I want to date a femme too.
I completely get that. I'm like on the place where it's like, yes, I have never kissed a girl and meant it, and I really want to. Ladies, anyways.
Hey, I mean, sure.
But yeah, like.
Was that an invitation, or?
We can talk about it, but I'm just sorry. I get flustered too easy.
It's alright. It's a charm point.
Oh. But yeah, so with Frankenfurter, I do think that, but it would be such a specific type of relationship. I think maybe B.
Now, one thing
Uh,
I will say, because it's something I noticed when. So, long story, but a couple of weeks back,
mhm.
Totoro had an accident where he was slipping on the top of the like headboard while we were sleeping and fell down and landed claws out on
Oh no.
Epitome's face and left
Uh-huh.
this gash, which fortunately has started to heal. It might turn into a
Mhm.
scar, we'll see, but one of the things I said, I joked about, well, at the very least, this means that now it's just added points for if you ever want to cosplay as a meatloaf.
True.
Uh, and because of that, we then later rewatched his number in Rocky Horror. And what I noticed is that, well, for the most part, Frankenfurter is like pretty open to like the poly interactions, the poly makeouts, the moments in that. And we do see though that if the poly is in a situation that is not one controlled by him, he gets very violently jealous. Because, like,
Mhm.
the scene's going totally fine. Everyone's having fun. Uh, uh, Adam is having a great time, but Frankenfurter is actively throughout the scene getting, like, more and more jealous of how of how I can't remember Meatloaf's character's name anymore now,
I can't either.
but
It's
of
been
how that character is like, why is he enjoying this music? Why is he liking it and getting so happy about listening to this? That's not
mhm.
fair. That's not me.
Yeah.
And he did
So
kind of make a whole ass person for a sex toy, debatably at least. But
yeah, that could bump him to C tier. For me, like I'm still very down, but yeah, like he just to me
Eddie, yes, thank you, Umbra.
Eddie. Yeah. To me, he definitely sounds like it would definitely be a messy relationship, but I feel
Yeah.
like it would be like an exciting one. As far as like the full relationship uh going through, and also like knowing his
Well,
quirks and like knowing like the jealousy and stuff like that, like mm,
hmm. Yeah, I can respect that.
yeah, just kind of like a possessive, messy, but also poly person.
Hmm.
uh, is somewhat relatable. But yeah, yeah, I'm between B and C. What are you thinking?
Um, I think if you can work out the issues of the jealousy, then yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I'd be alright with putting them on B.
Oh gosh, next one.
Okay, so now we have Jack Torrance, most famously portrayed by Jack Nicholas, but also portrayed by some other guy in the TV
Mm-hmm.
movie version.
Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh. Okay. For me, this is a same knee-jerk reaction like Norman Bates was. Not Norman. Uh, blah 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 blah.
Patrick
Bateson.
Bateman?
Patrick Bateman. I was like, ah.
Hmm.
But yeah, this is kind of a knee-jerk like D tier of stuff like that. Out of the hotel's influence, wasn't he a decent guy? I
Hmm.
guess he was. I don't know. There's something about like just the way that that relationship plays out and the tension in
Hmm.
the scenes that um makes me feel like it might have been a very rare thing, and the hotel like indulged that. But it does
I
make him
think,
feel
though,
like
at
he
the
always.
same time, like, even before then, uh, living in an isolated environment where it's just going to be a couple of people, like, well, for him, as a frustrated writer, that probably made a lot of sense. As like someone who was also a husband and a father, it was a very, very selfish move because, like,
Mhm.
his family deserves to have a life outside of the family. And
Yeah,
that's something that he. I don't even remember if there's ever really a sense that, like, this was a choice that he made with them, or if this was just a
yeah,
choice he made for them.
yeah, and it definitely does seem like he's like making the choices for the family. His wife is definitely like on board and supportive, but yeah,
Mm.
he's like he does to me come off as like a kind of self-centered person beforehand, but he is like he's doing his best, but he definitely has like abusive tendencies, or
Mm.
at least like I I just have my impression from the film. I just like get my gut feeling, and like the way that when it started and when there were those warning signs at the beginning, the
Mm-hmm.
way that the wife reacted made me feel like, oh, he's done this before.
Mm.
Like he's been like, do not talk to me, uh, and do talk to me, like done that switching. Um, and as a person that has that as a symptom, it's really not good to put
Mm.
people through that. And it's good to seek out like help for that. Um, Now, I will say for me, like if it was a group of adults, it would be a different thing. But the fact that he like decided that his kid was
Yeah,
going to
like,
be
that's an immensely
isolated.
unfair thing to put a
Yeah.
child through. Like,
And
children
for
at
like,
that age need to have other children that are not ghost twins to play
yeah.
with.
And like and for his like he also definitely like it's like not even just a short time or something like that. This isn't like a vacation. This is like 3 months, which is a quarter of a year.
Mm.
And at that time in a kid's life, if his kid was older, I could see it even more. But just making the decision, and then with his like, and then we are talking about this in the context of the horror movie, and so of him being in the influence and of how his personal mania like expressed itself. Uh, he definitely like yeah, for me, D tier up front, 100%.
I have to agree. Not to
Yeah.
mention, like, as someone who has a addictive personality type, even though I've been fortunate enough to avoid
Mhm.
any especially harmful addictions, it is also not a great thing to see how that's portrayed. Like,
Oh, true.
his descent, presumably back into alcoholism, is very much tied with his descent as, like, any kind of decent person.
Um, yeah, and there is definitely a thing. If he knew that the liquor would be there and he would be alone with that, like I could see if like he was like the liquor's not going to be there or I'm going to lock that room and stuff like that, he could have done preventative things while he was still sane
Hmm.
that would have like helped.
And, like,
But he didn't.
even if you acknowledge that, okay, yeah, at one point he was outright locked in a room with no possible way to get out until the ghosts
Mhm.
did stuff, like, even beyond that, like, he wasn't trying particularly hard before that point.
Mhm. And he just like yeah, he just is uh, as a person with like a very heavily stigmatized mental illness, like his he feels like a cautionary tale more than a person to me
Hmm.
of just like talk to the people that are around you and your support system, and like don't hold yourself up and don't do this isolation, because you can drive yourself through that. So like for me, those are like the themes of the movie. Of course, I watched it while like going through BPD diagnosis and everything like that. So my context is a lot different. Like the eyes that I watched it with definitely had like were looking for things. But yeah, like it you this isn't to say that like addicts are always bad, like people that have addictions are always bad partners, or that like people who have personality disorders are always bad partners. But this is to say that like there are resources that even in the 80s or 90s when this was shot, I think the 90s,
I think so.
like even in the 90s, like there were resources that he could have used, or like books he could have read to kind of help him like be better, and like communication that he could have like built a relationship with his wife on. So yeah, and like the thing about personality disorders is usually people at some point and they notice it, and once they notice it they start getting better even on their own without treatment. Treatment greatly accelerates it, but like just knowing that you're like hurting people, like with borderline personality, like a lot of the things is like you don't want to be rejected. So if you know you're hurting people, you try to not do the thing that hurts people, even if it isn't, even if it's for the reason of like I want this person to like me. It's not like that's like a bad reason to be a good person, right?
Yeah.
So like, yeah. So yeah, that's my thoughts.
Alright, now the next one I don't foresee being a particularly long one. And
Yeah.
this is going to be a controversial one. I'm only including Carrie White here because I saw several lists on the internet where I sourced what to include here that considered her enough of a villain, although I think she's the victim, not the villain of the titular film Carrie, that I still decided to include her here.
Carrie did nothing wrong.
Agreed. Carrie deserves the world.
She deserves the world. S tier.
She's
like,
she's literally just a girl that had really, really shitty circumstances in life with an anxiety disorder and psychic powers.
yeah. All my homies have bad moms. No, I'm joking. But like seriously, this is okay. Like she did nothing wrong. She's pretty. She doesn't deserve she deserves to be on S tier in this list.
So
that would be, she's extremely
I agree. So we've got 2 left listed, then there were 3 that I found that I forgot to include. So if I just quickly pop back in, I want to add these last 3 in. Yeah, got that one.
Oh, this like smooth jazz.
Yeah.
Overly protective Catholic mother and frequent bullying. Yeah, like as like okay, so my mom wasn't Catholic, but same. Everything else is same. Like I feel a lot of kinship with Carrie's story, and I haven't even watched the movie. I know everything about the movie, but I haven't watched it.
Alright, so I added in 3 more: Dracula, Frankenstein, and Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. And yes, I am going to use the Scottish pronunciation because that's the only thing that's one of the only things I remembered about reading that book.
Jekyll. Okay, so who's this next person?
All right, so next we have Sam, short for Sawain,
Mhm.
the main character, or one of the most important characters of the movie Trick or Treat.
Mm,
So, Trick or Treat is a horror anthology, which I highly suggest. It was a really enjoyable film. Uh,
mhm,
and he is the embodiment of the spirit of Halloween.
mhm,
And basically, there are a couple of rules that you need to follow. And if
mhm,
you follow the rules, he likes you and he supports you and he just does what he can to make sure that you have a good time on Halloween. If you
mhm,
don't, he does, like, kill you, basically. So,
mhm,
the rules of Halloween, as defined by Sam, always hand out candy to trick or treaters, always wear a costume, never blow out a jack o' lantern before midnight, always respect the dead, always check your candy, never take down your decorations before November 1st, and never hurt the innocent. He's portrayed as like fairly simplistic, childish, but also very mischievous, very like if you personified Halloween as a trick-or-treater and then just took that same kind of childish morality. Yeah, he is very much Fae-like in that way, Thomas.
mhm,
But although he is like child-sized and effectively is effectively looks like a child, albeit one with a demonic pumpkin head,
mhm.
uh, he is as old as Halloween itself, which clocks him in at like roughly 2,000 years old. Now, obviously, that then goes into to the thing of like, oh, I may look like I'm only 10, but don't worry, I'm a 1,000-year-old dragon demon queen.
Oof. So here's the thing, like, even aside from that, he seems not like a bad person or a bad, like, he seems like a good person to have as a friend, but I
Hmm.
don't think he would be dateable. I think if I
Hmm.
dated him, it would be on a purely like platonic, like a queer platonic type of relationship rather than
Hmm.
like a romantic or sensual or sexual. I think it would be like a partnership with this strange fake creature who goes out and murders people when they don't follow the rules of Halloween. Uh,
All right.
but yeah, like I if we are talking queer platonic, I would put him in A tier. But if we're talking like just like the general romantic relationship, which is usually what dateable means,
Hmm.
I would put him probably C tier because he's not somebody that's absolutely not. But he's like there. It's not something. He's not on the top of the list for me.
Hmm.
What are
Yeah,
your thoughts?
I think I can vibe with that. He's not someone that I would. He's not someone that I would personally want to date. I feel like he has, although it's a little bit orange and blue, I feel like he has a specific sense of morality, which he follows very consistently.
Mm-hmm.
He's not like being malicious for the sake of being malicious, and like when one of the characters that he's attacking, granted accidentally, but when one of them accidentally follows the rule that they had been breaking before, which was always hand out candy to trick or treaters, he does just like leave them, and he just like he leaves them to their own devices. He doesn't try to finish the job or anything like that. So, like that, a sense of willingness to forgive is something that I think is very rare in a horror movie villain.
Mm. So, would you say that bumps him up to like B tier? In my opinion, like a date.
I'd say that I still wouldn't want to date him,
Yeah.
but I wouldn't mind having him as just like, this is a friend. This is someone who I enjoy hanging out with, kind of deal.
Yep, he definitely sounds lawful neutral.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He might be an unrankable one just because of that.
Is there unrankable?
I think I can leave him down here and explain that in the footnotes.
Okay.
All right, so next we have Steve Brundle from The Fly.
Oh, I've never seen this, but I want to. I was wondering why I didn't recognize him. Man, I know the plot, kind of. I've read Metamorphosis by Kafka. So what are the differences between that and this?
So, let's get this up.
I know that he's disgusting. He's nasty.
So,
nasty boy.
Originally, I'll just read the plot here. Oh yeah, like, Jeff
100%.
Goldblum. There's some stuff that he might be kind of skeezy, but in terms of just raw physical charisma, yeah. I mean, like, there's a reason why I enjoy watching Jurassic Park, and a not insignificant amount of it is that he's lying around shirtless for a good chunk of it.
I love I love him as the Grandmaster in Thor Ragnarok.
There's just something very charismatic about a man who he speaks in a way that feels very authentic. He's not trying to like read lines. He repeats, he stutters, he rewords. It feels very organic. I think in the same way that what was his name? I think it's Carlos Mencina. He played Doc Ock in the second Spider-Man. In the same way that man is incredibly attractive because he's just he's so normal, he's so achievable, he's so relatable. Alfred Molina, yes, I knew it was something Molina. Alfred Molina, yes. But I think similar to how Alfred Molina is attractive for that physical reason, and also very charismatic actor, I think the same could be said for Goldblum.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Goldblum is very, very hot. However, The Fly...
So, in The Fly, he plays a brilliant but eccentric scientist, Seth Brundle, who meets a journalist at a press event and falls for her. He shows her a project that will change the world, telepods, which allow instantaneous teleportation for an object from one pod to another. And she agrees to document his work, and eventually they start becoming a thing. The problem is that the telepods, while inanimate objects, they are totally fine with. They work perfectly. Animate objects, things go horrifically wrong, like a living baboon is turned inside out. They eventually have a romantic relationship, which eventually goes sexual. Seth has inspiration from that, though, and thinks he figured it out. He succeeds in teleporting a second baboon with no apparent harm, and he wants to celebrate by spending a romantic relationship evening with Veronica, but before they can celebrate, she has to leave for something. And then his judgment starts getting impaired by alcohol and his paranoid fear that she is rekindling a relationship with her former lover. And in that time, he decides, as a revenge, he decides to teleport himself because human experimentation apparently is just his great idea here. And a common housefly unknowingly slipped into the other pod. It's successful at first, and if anything, he seems to be doing even better, like increased strength, stamina, sexual potency. But then, like, he's starting to become increasingly arrogant and violent, and he realizes something's gone horribly wrong when things like fingernails falling off starts to happen. So, like, it's not something he's actively willing to do, but he's slowly deteriorating, degenerating, and he's getting worse and worse, becoming more and more inhuman, and he actively realizes that he's losing human reason and compassion, and is just being driven by impulses he can't control. He's still attempting to try and find a way to reverse it all. And part of this includes meeting the child that they conceived before, or possibly before. It's purposely unclear if this was conceived before or after the teleportation accident.
Oh man.
But he begs her not to have an abortion because, like, that could be enough, like, shared genetic material that he could work out a way to reverse engineer, but she sadly refuses because, like, although it could be the last of his untainted humanity, it could also be a hideous mutant. And at that point, in his last-ditch effort, he tries to use 3 telepods to fuse himself, Veronica, and their unborn child together into one entity so they can be, quote, the ultimate family. It doesn't work out. He instead gets fused with parts of the telepod itself, which doesn't really make sense, because then why did any of the other ones not do that? Like, but then he is mortally wounded, and begs for then receiving assisted suicide.
God. Well, that sounds
Yep.
like a bad time.
Yep.
He doesn't sound undateable, but it does sound like a bad time.
Yep. Oh, if it is worth considering also, apparently the director, David Cronenberg, said that the film is meant to be an allegory for AIDS, telling audiences that if their lover has AIDS, then I'm not sure how it's written, as then they see it, due to being a cautionary tale. I'm not sure what the wiki meant to have said there, but
If your partner has AIDS, you should see this movie about how this man is horrible and diseased, I guess.
I don't know.
And you should abort his baby? I don't like that. I don't like that being an allegory for AIDS. I was on I will take the art without that interpretation, I think.
Understandable.
Yeah, so, I think that perhaps he isn't Patrick Bateman bad as a partner, but it's not a good time that you're gonna have with this person.
Like, if we assume even at his fully human form, he still has a serious problem with relationships in the vis-a-vis the paranoid fear, jealousy, yeah.
And
so, like, at his best, at his most purely human, he's still...
Is at his most
He has
fully human.
issues.
If that hadn't happened at all, I would put him in B tier. Like if he hadn't at his most human, it would be a B tier relationship. It would not be great, but it would be like just like another person who has their issues and everything. However, with everything that happens, I definitely would bump him down to C tier, just because like if we're talking about the context of the movie and what happens in the movie, it's just not a good time. It's no offense, like not offense to you, but like no offense to Mr. Fly, but it like it's just not a good time that you go through.
Yeah. I can vibe with that.
Yeah. Also, like getting drunk and making a decision and not sleeping on it, bad call.
Yeah.
Just a bad call.
Really bad call.
Yeah.
So, did you say C or D?
C.
Okay. Now we have Dracula. Which Dracula? Yes.
Okay, but Christopher Lee can so get it. I'm so excited.
Yeah, that's why I picked Christopher Lee, because he's one of the hottest of the classical cinematic Draculas.
Yeah, I love Christopher Lee in everything. Every horror movie he's in. I have a hyperfixation with The Wicker Man. I am sure that I've either mentioned it before.
Oh, I was there when I was there when you explained it. Yeah.
Yeah, I love The Wicker Man 1975. It's good.
Umbra points out technically another Goldblum role. What, did Goldblum ever play Dracula?
Oh, that's exciting.
I know that Leslie Nielsen did in Dracula Dead and Loving It, and I am a fan of Leslie Nielsen.
So here's the thing, like, Dracula does some things wrong, but...
He played Dracula in an FMV game? Oh, that would be wild.
This is so great! Please give me the title of that, put the title of that FMV game in the Discord, because I want to look that up. So I would put Dracula as either S tier, because like Dracula really spawned like a genre of bows, like just as the sex vampire, because when we judged the Wolfman, we weren't just judging his character, we were judging just like the concept of werewolf. And so concept of vampire, very strong. We've got fucking Lestat. Like we've got Ed.
Who we are in the shadows.
We are in the shadows. We've got everything. Like he's just
the one thing that I would count against him is that he is nobility. And that is kind of a bit of a turn off. Like the inherent, like there's a certain amount of inherent sadism in class as a concept, I think.
Yeah. I get that. I am the person that likes like the anime trope of like the cold-hearted billionaire who shows a soft spot to main character.
That's fair.
Like I am that person. Like I agree and would not like any real rich people in real life to date. I would not be, it would make me, to be honest, like it would just make me uncomfortable.
There's just such a huge power disparity.
Yeah. But in fantasy world, I like nice things very much. I like gifts from a nice man very much. I like gifts from a nice lady very much. I like pretty things. I like expensive things.
That's true.
I like to be spoiled. I like all the pets that I could want. Yeah, I love that fantasy.
Yeah, I can vibe with that.
So I still put him on S tier.
Oh,
Yeah.
whoops, wrong one. Yeah, I can work with that.
Yeah.
Okay, so next we had was Adam,
Frankenstein's
aka Frankenstein's monster.
and the concept of Frankenstein's too.
Yeah, I think it's one
Yeah.
of the ones that doesn't like drift as far, but there's definitely still a narrative drift.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I think
you could-
everyone knows the story. It's about how you should not enter into single parenthood if you're not fucking ready to be a parent.
Mhm. That's a really good
Victor.
read. That's such a good read. I've only ever seen Young Frankenstein. Yeah,
I mean, to be
could've
fair,
actually seen
that does
the-
give us the very valuable information that he has a fucking monster schlong. Which, granted, we kind of already knew because, like, in the original novel, he was very specifically picked to be like, okay, I got all of the most attractive body parts I could possibly find. They're all going to be really big. This guy is going to be like 7 feet tall. He's going to be proportional, even there. So, like, we've been known that Adam is fucking hung like a horse.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
In fact, that might have been the only proportional cock they could find.
Oh gosh. Yeah. Uh, very dateable, right? Like you could date this man.
Yeah, he's also a very intellectual guy. Like, he's self-taught himself, like, philosophy, how to speak, how to communicate.
Yeah, he's very like emotionally in tune with himself. Very dateable. Here.
Very, very many parent issues. That is going to be something that I think might be a little bit of a specter in relationships that he forms later in life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I still think S tier, if not for him as a character, then also for like the the stereotypical like sewn together. Oh, hi, peculiar bunny. Hi.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
I think this break. I think that Frankensteins are very, very dateable, extremely.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah.
Well then. Well then.
It's cute, just like a cute thing.
Oh.
And also, I like there are some interpretations of those character tropes, where like they can take things off and put them places.
Yeah.
And that has kink potential.
Oh,
Anyway.
absolutely. Like you're just having a nice night out dinner and you feel, wait, what's that? Oh, it's your partner's finger that you have hidden thoughtfully in your underdrawers. I wonder what it's doing. Oh. In the middle of the restaurant? Oh.
But yes, so I think just the concept and also the character, the specific character, S tier, yes.
Okay. Well, last and potentially least, we have Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Yes. I mean, okay, so here's the thing. I don't know anything about the actual story.
The actual story, it kind of starts in media res and we work backwards, but ultimately, Dr. Jekyll, he was frustrated with his own moral character because he wanted to be like an ideal, virtuous figure, but he couldn't because there were always inherent base desires that he couldn't control, that there was ugly parts of him that he had to suppress, but he didn't want to have to suppress without actually, like, trying to kind of unpack what those were and why, but he develops a tincture which allows him to transform into like a version of him that is all of his worst aspects. Like physically, they are warped, shrunk, visibly deformed, hunched backed, all of the kind of like physical deformity tropes. And he goes on like, oh, I am gonna jump around, I'm gonna assault people in the middle of the night, I'm gonna like fucking upskirt and goose women, I'm gonna hire sex workers, I'm gonna steal and break shit and that kind of thing.
Okay. So instead of like being a person who tempers his beast, he like has his id just like out there.
Yeah, he tries to externalize a part of himself so he can kind of distance himself that way without really like trying to unpack why it's there and why it wants to do the things it wants to do in the first place.
He decided to skip therapy.
Exactly.
Basically,
Yeah.
he wanted the easy way out. Yeah, so here's the thing. I'm a big Hulk fan. I love Bruce Banner.
I can see where this is going. Yes.
He's my best boy. He's excellent. I love Bruce Banner. I love Hulk.
And the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
I don't remember him in the League of...
Really?
I don't remember Jekyll and Hyde. I do know that they were there, but like I don't remember anything about their characterization. But I love that. I love that. However, the story that you just described to me does not sound like a good time. Does not sound like a good time to be dating. This like perfect virtuous person who's like, no, get away. I no base pleasures, carnal flesh, or anything at one point, and then is like, yes, let's do everything. Let's do all the drugs, actually. On the like other times, it just sounds like a very unsteady environment.
He also really is heavy into that depersonalization stuff, so like he is not even acknowledging that Mr. Hyde is him. Like he literally sets him up as a separate legal identity. So
yeah, and that's almost like gaslighty.
Yeah.
Real quick, my roommate wants to tell me something. I'll be right back.
Okay. And to answer your question, Umbra, it is a pretty bad action movie. In terms of comic books, I'll say that it's by Alan Moore, which means that it is pretty weird, pretty dark. I would say if you really, really just have to have a mashup story of, oh, what if all of these 19th century fictional characters were teamed up together to fight like a fucking Fu Manchu or Dr. Moriarty or whatever. Wouldn't that be cool? If you really want that and don't mind characters getting really dark, then sure, I'd suggest at least looking into the graphic novel. I personally don't really enjoy it, but I do enjoy the concept.
The movie did not leave the best impression on me. I felt, and although I was a child,
Same.
I was like 11 when I watched it. But like the movie did not leave a super great impression on me with it. But and it's also like, I don't know. It feels my impression that I still have from it. Again, I am now 18 years older. So I might be remembering this wrong, is that it had, at least the movie, had a lot of, like, edgy humor, and you know, that 90s edgy humor that's actually...
And it wasn't even 90s, it was, like, early aughts.
Early aughts. Well, even the early aughts edgy humor that's actually just offensive shit, is, like, it's not really my jam. Has never really been my jam.
Honestly,
So,
the movie,
yeah.
despite everything that is, it's honestly mostly just kind of boring, which is
Yeah.
amazing considering, like, you have this cast of characters that both metaphorically and figuratively have the potential to be super colorful and interesting, and you
And it's
just,
just so boring and it goes on
yeah,
so long.
yeah.
That's what I remember of it is that
Like,
it took me 2 days.
they managed to make, like, Mardi Gras, or not Mardi Gras, but like a masquerade party in Venice into the most drab, monotone scene. Like, how do you do that? There's so much color!
Yeah, like it's just not a great time. My biggest thing that I remembered, but that's where I was like, oh, but I was young, was that it took. We got it from Blockbuster. We rented it because like the guy that I had a crush on was really into it, and I
Oh.
wanted to impress him. And so I watched it, and it took me 2 days to get through it and stay awake the whole time because I kept falling asleep. So I ended up pausing the movie and just like doing something else and then coming back to it. So yeah, it's pretty boring. Could not hold an 11-year-old's attention span for 2 hours.
Hmm.
So yeah, back to Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. It just sounds like a bad time to me. Like
Yeah.
the switching, like it just sounds like an unsteady environment. And so I don't really think because it is Mr. Jekyll and Dr. Hyde, like no, sorry, the other way around. But because it's these two specific characters, I would put it probably in D tier if
Yeah.
I'm yeah.
I can
But
vibe with that.
yeah. But the concept extremely good. The concept of like your mental illness is a person who wants to protect you but also doesn't do it right all the time.
Are we just
Also
talking
very
about
good.
plurals?
Yeah, right? Like
Like, I am... far be it from me to even suggest that I, as someone who is not neurodivergent in that particular way, have any, like, leg to stand on when saying what is and isn't plurals. But that sounds kind
yeah.
of like plurals.
Yeah, it's kind of like plurals. It's kind of like mental illness in general. I mean, a lot of what I'm doing right now as I'm recovering from I'm learning how to work with borderline personality disorder and stuff like that is like feeling a coping mechanism want to kick in, and it's like, thank you, this did keep me alive during the time that I lived with abusers, but I don't live with abusers right now, and I don't want to disassociate. But like thanking that part of myself, kind of. But yeah, oh, have a good time, Umbra.
Good night.
But yeah, that's like my thoughts on that. Is just like your brain comes up with coping strategies that can really hurt people when you're a kid and you're like going through trauma. And like those coping strategies aren't bad. Those coping strategies are what kept you alive. You have to work with them and you have to learn how to work with them, but like they aren't it isn't like when it's very easy to say things like, oh, I hate my brain, oh, I wish I wasn't sick this way, but in reality it's really like your body and your brain is doing everything it can to keep you alive, and there's something to be like kind of grateful for. So that's my take on the Hulk. I love the Hulk very, very much.
The Hulk is good.
And I hate Marvel for killing Bruce Banner.
They
And
killed
I
Bruce
hate how.
Banner? When
Oh
did
my
that
gosh.
happen?
Oh, do you want to hear this?
Oh, wait, hold on. Is this some stupid
This is
Marvel
a
Cinematic Universe
no, it's not
bullshit?
cinematic universe. It's in the comics.
Oh, okay.
So they decided that they needed to kill the Hulk, and
Okay.
they all decided it, and so all of the superheroes, every single one, just all of them, got together and killed Bruce Banner, and he didn't transform. And then they took apart his body and put it in different places. And that's where the Ultimate Hulk comes in, which is a really horrific. It's if you like comic gore, if you're okay with like gory comics, like violent
Wow.
comics, you would probably be into the Ultimate Hulk, which is where those pieces all break out and reform, and now it's all Hulk. Like there's no Bruce Banner left, really.
Oh,
It's a lot.
wow.
It's very a lot. But I'm still really mad. It was really upsetting, and they didn't come up with a continuation of Bruce Banner's story for like 5 years.
Wow.
So
Yeah, that
this
is
was
pretty
left
shitty.
there. It hurt. It hurt so bad. So, but it is, yeah. Marvel can suck it,
Mhm.
but in
A not
a
fun
mean
way.
Marvel can suck rocks.
Yeah. Now,
Um,
we've ended up, like... We've ended up finishing up the list of what I had, and I think you said that 7 was your out time, right?
yeah.
So we still actually have a little bit of time left. If you want, if you feel up to it, we could like try and take audience suggestions, or I'm not sure what else to do for this.
Sure, I did see Umbra asking earlier. Now Umbra is gone at this point, but was asking for Sweeney Todd and Jennifer from Jennifer's Body. I have lots of opinions on Jennifer from Jennifer's Body.
Well, I guess my first question is Sweeney Todd the villain of Sweeney Todd?
That's the thing. Is Sweeney Todd horror? Like it's gory, but is it horror? I mean, it's
I'm not
horrific,
sure.
but is it like I remember thinking that Sweeney Todd was very much marketed when it was the film release happened as like a horror film, but it was not horror. It's a musical. it's like it doesn't feel even like I don't know how the only horror musical that I've seen that has worked is the 1975 Wicker Man. Once again, back on my bullshit. But like it's the.
Would you date the Wicker Man though?
You mean the structure?
Yes, because from my purposefully flawed understanding, that is the villain of the Wicker Man.
I mean, sure.
Okay.
I dated an art piece. Just take me to Burning Man and I will date the Burning Man. But yeah. Also, if you are a Christopher Lee fan, he sings. Beatrix, he sings. He has a beautiful voice.
He does.
And he sings. He sings in The Wicker Man. It's just one song, and he's singing it drunkenly, but it's beautiful. Anyways, I love The Wicker Man, but I would also date Christopher Lee's character.
Would we consider, though, Jennifer Check from Jennifer's Body the villain, or a villain?
I think she is the monster.
I mean, I guess if we're going by that logic, we included Frankenstein's monster, and he's not the villain of that.
Yeah, and then, like, something, The Grudge, and something, like,
true.
that. So, but Jennifer, I do think it is definitely a horror film. and she is definitely a monster. And I personally she is a victim, but she is also a villain. She's also like not a great friend just throughout the movie. I feel like she is like just an abusive friend. I was really expecting like the lesbian Brokeback Mountain with a monster in it. And I wasn't disappointed because I loved the camp and I loved how like goofy this movie was, but like the gift sets on Tumblr 100% like made me think that this was going to be a different movie.
Yeah.
Because people like romanticize it so much, and because Megan Fox is so hot.
Yeah.
But yeah, I personally would put Jennifer from Jennifer's Body at a C tier. She's really cool, but she is kind of obsessive and kind of gaslighty and kind of just like, and that's her. That's her personality. Like,
Is that her personality before or after being brought back to life as a succubus?
Even before, she was pretty dismissive, and she, like, there was the part where they were like, okay, Jennifer told me to dress cute, which means I can show off my, like, midriff, but I can't show off my boobs, and I have to look less hot than her. But I have to look hot. And, like, the fact that, like, friendships with those kinds of rules and stuff like that, and, like, her disregard for, the relationship that that she had like her best friend's relationship. Like, I am very invested in my best friend's relationship, like, even though I'm not in it, and she's like invested in ours, and like I want to see my best friend be happy, and I feel like Jennifer from Jennifer's Body is just kind of like that friend that you made like in elementary school when you didn't really like think about
according to the wiki,
friends.
it said that they knew each other since literally, I think they say the sandbox.
Yeah.
Also, thank you very much, Yoko Karama 007 for joining the war. Hope you enjoy it here.
Woo! But yeah, like, I think that Jennifer is just kind of an abusive friend. Like not in a way that, or maybe, I don't know what's less, like, just like a messy friendship. Hello!
Hi!
It's just like not a great friendship. Like, that friendship has a lot of growing to do before it's like good. And then there's like her homoerotic feelings, and that's not great, and it's unrequited at the beginning, I feel like. And then when she becomes a lust monster who only cares about one person, she like takes advantage of those homoerotic feelings. So like, for me, Jennifer from Jennifer's Body is like a C tier.
I've never seen the movie, so I trust your opinion and I can vibe with that.
She is killed, and she is like drugged, and it's like not great. It's really bad. It's very campy though. If you enjoy camp, I would recommend it. It is a little gory, but it's not like there's no guts. There's just blood. And yeah, I'm from the Waifu Tavern. Oh, hi.
Tavern Tilly.
Welcome.
Are you familiar with Tavern Tilly?
I have seen some of her streams. Yeah.
Yeah, she's a fun gal, and not fungal.
That's a different kind of monster. No, just kidding.
So are there any other? Yeah, I think I've actually seen you, or I've seen at least your your reactive PNG for some of the podcast episodes you record. Yeah. Let's see. Well, what do you think the original Godzilla a horror movie?
Yeah, I feel like kaiju movies are in like the American lexicon. Kaiju movies are like a subgenre
Like,
of horror movies.
uh, once you get past the initial bit, because like I I watched the original Gojira for film studies in college, and like once you get past the initial bit where there's actually a fair amount of like subtlety early on. Obviously, from then on, there's not really a sense of like secretiveness. There's not really a sense of that same subtlety, but I think
Yeah.
overall, the goal is still to horrify. It's still to create something that
Mm-hmm.
is horrifying in this case through the feelings of like helplessness
Yeah.
and what it represents,
And there
which
is a real horror in like even Pacific Rim, which is definitely goes into the action side of
mm,
that of a kaiju movie. Even Pacific Rim, like
they
being
very
as
much
familiar.
represent like
Mhm.
some uncontrollable force of nature. And
Yeah.
one of the horrifying things about Gojira specifically is that it's a horrifying force of nature that is entirely humans to blame for making it
Yeah.
a force of nature. Like it is the embodiment of the horrible things that have happened because of atomic and
Yeah.
nuclear technology.
Yeah. And like now it can be seen as like I can definitely feel a lot of like climate anxiety being used in kaiju movies. So I really do feel like the fact that like mankind went too far. I feel like that's almost like Frankenstein, right?
Mm.
Like it's this idea that like so yes, I do think that Godzilla is a horror movie. At least the first one.
So the
And
question then is, how dateable is Godzilla?
I want to say very dateable. Like we love a big woman.
Mm,
We love a big monster woman.
that is true.
Uh, but yeah, like with the part of the horror of it is the fact that like they built a scale model of like a city that most people in Japan were like very familiar with, and they did that. And then also like the horror of the nuclear bomb, like the cultural trauma
Mm,
of that. And so like that's a huge thing. But even when I saw Pacific Rim, there's like a shot while they're like talking about they're setting it up where the San Francisco bridge gets knocked down, and I saw that when I went to San Francisco, like literally on the last day of a trip to San
oh
Francisco
no.
to see my fiance,
Oh
who's now my
no.
fiance. He wasn't my fiance then. It was the first time I had gone to California
Oh
to
no,
see him,
that's
and
such
on the
bad
way,
timing.
and like that like the way that my heart just dropped into my stomach when I saw that shot in the theater, even though I knew it was fake. Like I can't imagine. I can now kind of like imagine like the effectiveness of kaiju movies. I don't think any horror movie has given me that exact feeling of just like that's a place I know being destroyed. Actually, there is one shot in the Terminator movies where there's like a playground and it's like a swing set that looks extremely familiar, and like it's just desolate wasteland, and there's this playground and the swing is swinging in the wind, and
Mm,
there's like a skull on the ground or something like that, or like a robot walking by. That gave me the same kind of like pit in my stomach feeling. But like I don't get that very often. So that is a supreme type of horror of seeing something familiar get destroyed. So yeah, horror movie it is. Dateability wise, I do think like Godzilla's heart is in the right place, right? Like Godzilla is just protecting the Earth.
Yeah.
Um,
Also, when you said that, I realized, oh yeah, The Terminator, that's also a horror film.
yeah, excellent. I've only watched the first movie.
That's fine, that's the only one I'm pulling from for this.
Yeah. So yeah, like I think Godzilla might be so like with the communication and all of that. I like if I imagined a functioning relationship with Godzilla, I would imagine me being like in a little submarine and going on dates.
Hmm.
And yeah.
You would have to be in a giant robot just to really be able to, like, act on one-to-one.
Like, there could be some, like, affection on a macro scale. Ha ha ha! I definitely am not talking about kinks that I have. Anyways, there definitely could be affection, but, like, if you wanted to give, like, I think if you wanted to give Godzilla a kiss on the cheek, or if you wanted to
But would
hold his
Godzilla
hand,
be able to do the same for you?
I will accept snout nudges as kisses.
Oh,
I'm a bird person. I will accept snout nudges.
that's really cute.
You don't need lips to kiss. So I'm thinking A tier. I'm thinking yeah. Extremely dateable.
So then we have the Terminator.
Well, the Terminator is specifically not the villain, right? Wait.
Of the first one, he is, yeah. Then I think from the second one on, the original Terminator is like basically like low jacked.
Yeah. Yeah. That's funny. Okay, so yeah, he's hot.
Yeah. I mean, like, I personally prefer Muscle Man with muscles that are more for, like, practical use than for show. Yeah. Like, give me a really muscular guy that has the gut to fuel those muscles regularly being used over the muscles for show any day, but it's still pretty good.
We like a strong muscle covered in a nice softness in here.
Better for holding.
Yeah, better. But I wouldn't mind laying my chest up against his pecs. They're nice looking. However, one important question.
Yes?
Did Skynet give them dicks?
Ooh, that's a really good question.
I mean, I guess strap-ons exist, but
Well, I guess we have to assume that he was sent back in time. Is it a he? Is it? Does the Terminator have gender?
I think the Terminator doesn't have gender, but uses he/him pronouns.
Okay.
Which is the mood.
Okay, I'm looking up naked Terminator.
He starts out naked. We do see his butt. Definitely has a butt, but it would be hard to not have a butt because that's like the end of your legs. If you have legs, you have a butt. But I don't think we ever see his dick. I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember if we ever see anybody like look down and react at his dick. Be like, whoa.
Well, I feel like if there wasn't anything there that people would react even more though. Like not even nothing there in the sense that he's got a clitoris. No, like nothing there in the sense of like Ken doll.
Smooth like Ken. Yeah.
I feel like seeing just a big ol' hanging schlong would be less remarkable than seeing nothing at all.
Yeah. Which, by the way,
Hmm.
I have you. How do you feel about zombie movies with like wet puppets? That level of gore, like it's very
What
obviously
are wet
like
puppets?
a puppet, like a like a nasty wet puppet, a puppet that they like put something on it to make it extremely shiny and look like it's wet.
Okay, yeah.
Like a grody puppet. How are you about like zombie movies with grossness?
I don't personally enjoy watching them, but I don't mind them being, like, described, I guess?
There's a really good zombie movie. It's called Return of the Living Dead. It's from 1975. And it is the goofiest zombie movie that ever existed. The zombies
That's saying something.
The zombies are as smart as humans, and they are the funniest. They have extremely good one-liners throughout.
Oh no.
And also the special effects is very good. Like this, like not good. Like it's all practical effects, and it's like it's not. I wouldn't call it especially gory because it's like, it knows like the people. I don't know. It's very interesting. Like there's things like there's okay, so there's a corpse that has the zombie virus, right? And then people open it on accident, and oh no, it has gas that turns into zombies in the
I
thing.
hate it when that happens.
And also, one thing that is very good is that it's like because of incompetent government, the incompetency of the American government, this happened.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And somebody's like, "Oh no, I'm gonna get sued for $1 million," and it's like, "Okay, so we're gonna," and he's friends with the person who does a crematory, and so he's like, "Please burn this corpse," and they're like, "Okay, we burned it. Good job, everybody." And then, but no, when they burn it, the zombie virus comes out in the chimney and turns into a cloud, and then it rains, and everything that the rain touches that is dead becomes alive. There's like a part in a warehouse where like the models, like the specimens start coming alive in the shelves.
Oh wow.
Like they blew a fan at like these like loosely pinned butterflies to make their wings start flapping, and like there is in fact one dog who was cut in like a cut in half corpse of a dog, but like as a displayed as a specimen, you know, like a bisected dog that comes alive and starts like trying to like move even though he's in the
oh no.
It's so goofy, and all of the cadavers come alive because of course and there's like a group of punks. But anyways, the way that this ties in is that for some reason there's of course, because this is 1975 and it's a horror film, there had to be naked lady, and they have her like she's like okay, so it's like she's how I imagine how it would feel like if you were in a group of poly people and one person really, really, really wanted to have an orgy, but nobody else was feeling it. So she takes off her clothes and starts dancing in a graveyard, and they shoot her full frontal nudity, but they shot that 3 times because the first time she had pubic hair, and they were like, "Oh no, we don't want pubic hair. How dare?" And then the second time she had shaved, and they were like, "Oh no, we could see her pussy lips." So the third time they shot her, they made her a cod piece, and she's smooth like naked and dance in the graveyard.
The fuck? What did they think was going to happen when they asked her to shave? This is how bodies work. My
And
God.
for some reason, they thought that like of all of the things in this movie that has like corpses and all of this cursing and all of that, they thought like that the pussy lips would be the thing that like makes their rating go to R, but it ended up being R rated anyways. It's just so funny. Is Jack Torrance from The Shining? Yes. Jack Torrance is on yeah, D tier. D tier lover. Well, I don't know how he fucks, but
I mean, we know he
that
has
I don't wanna
fucked
date
at
him.
least
You know that-
once.
At least once. And I think it's pretty implied that he fucks sometimes.
Yeah, he's an occasional fucker.
He's an occasional fucker.
So what do we
But-
think for the Terminator, though?
Oh, right. For the Terminator... I feel like B or C tier. Well, there's nothing that makes him, like, especially dateable.
Yeah, he's just... Like, he plays very much into that, oh, I bet in the future... Which, by the way, judging by the Terminator timeline, we only have 8 years left before the robot apocalypse, so that's exciting.
Oh, no. I saw a really good tweet that was like, machine learning has been called artificial intelligence too many times, and now a bunch of tech bros are worried about the plot of Terminator happening, which is very true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, like, it plays very much into that idea of, oh, computers would all be, like, super logical and not have any emotions. But, I
Yeah.
mean, I don't know. I feel like computers, if they ever got intelligent enough, would kind of, by necessity, develop emotions.
Yeah.
Because,
I do
like,
think
that's
that-
just sort of a part of having that kind of functional psyche,
Yeah.
I feel.
I think as soon as you start to like gain sentience, you get some emotions. Like most animals feel affection
Exactly, yeah.
and seek it out. Like except for like spiders. Like as soon as you get above spider intelligence, then it's like but even spiders,
Yeah, like,
I don't
there
know.
are spiders that keep little frogs as pets.
There's spiders that are like afraid.
Yeah.
Like spiders can definitely feel emotions. It's like most life feels emotions. We have like record that trees can have trauma and remember it.
Yeah.
And like and also like trees all get like antsy when one tree gets cut down. Like there's like a network of there's been like studies. I don't know how they studied it. I don't remember the science behind it. I just remember the takeaway of like trees talk to each other but with their roots, kind of.
Yeah, there's like a fungal communication network.
Yeah. So like at this point, like I don't know if we can say that like true intelligence can exist without emotion, at least on a very basic level.
So
it's just-
it's
yeah.
less like then it's less like dating someone and more like just dating a full body
chatbot.
sex toy that has like that has a chat bot.
Yeah, and also is like really strong and says cool one-liners sometimes. And yeah, I think for like just the personality that he has in his one-liners, which he didn't pick up anywhere else
Yeah.
Like there's no reason that he learned what hasta la vista, how to say hasta la vista, baby, or anything like that.
And
Like,
like as the films go on, he does start to develop more of a personality too.
I think he's a B tier.
I could see that.
Yeah.
Especially as the series progresses, he becomes more articulate, more emotive. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
so I think we have a really phenomenal list here.
Yeah.
And
I
I'm
feel
kind of
pretty
shocked
balanced.
how, like, fairly even
Yeah.
things turned out.
Yeah. Me too.
Mm.
I'm pretty chuffed with this list.
Yeah,
I think we did a good job.
I agree. And it is
Yeah.
just about time that you said you need to head out, so...
Yeah. I just need to make sure I get dinner before my Vampire the Masquerade game.
Oh, what are you gonna do in tonight's episode?
We are just starting. We have been exiled from our city,
Oh?
so we're starting a road trip around Michigan.
Okay.
Yeah. Also,
What time period, Michigan?
current day.
Oh, okay, that's gonna be pretty sad.
Yeah, we're starting. Where are we going today? 1 second. Let me show. I'm just gonna check. This is like a really. 7 was a soft out, just so you know. 1 second. It wasn't like a big thing. Where are we going? Where are we going? Pinned messages. Where are we going? 1 second. We're going someplace. I recognize the name of it.
The only Michigan places I can think of are Detroit and... No, wait, I was thinking of St. Paul. That's not Michigan, though.
I'm going. Where are we going? I know that we're gonna end up. It's not just Michigan. It is kind of like the Midwest. We have like a whole road trip because our prince, we got not our prince, our baron. We're anarchs. Our baron like gave us like places to check on. The Sabbat is loose, and
That doesn't sound good.
it's not great. It's not great. My character. Oh gosh. We could just do another thing where I just talk to you about my. We could do another 5 hours just on this. Let me just like search in out of character. I know one of them is Chicago. So hopefully. Okay, we are going. Oh, we're going to. Are we going to Indianapolis? I think we're going to Indianapolis. So we're going to Indiana. Right? But still,
I think,
yeah, we're going on a road trip. Right. We all pooled our points into a haven and got a really decked out RV.
Oh, hell yeah.
And so we're gonna go on a road trip. So yeah, this is fun.
I'm just trying to think of the logistics of how much window tint you would need for this tour.
I think they have blackout curtains inside, actually.
Yeah, just like never drive during the day. That's doable.
Well, we do have a thin blood, which is something new in 5.
Oh.
A thin blood on our team, who is who can be around during the sun. And then we also have my herd, which is my polycule of 5 girlfriends.
Nice.
My 5 human girlfriends, and yes, they do smoke weed. I'm so glad I can just hit you.
Oh, that's very good.
So yeah, my 5 human girlfriends that smoke weed are there also for first leg of the trip at least. We're gonna drop them off at some point because it's gonna be bad. But so I'm playing a Lasombra with like the worst masquerade breach secret ever, which is that she's a consensualist and has 5 human girlfriends. And she also is a former Sabat who went not to the Camarilla, but straight to the Anarchs. And she's just really cool. I love Lisa with all my heart. Her name is Lisa Manning, and I love her. She's flying by the seat of her Versace pantsuit. Anyways, this has been really fun.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me.
Well, thanks so much for participating. I could not have done all this without your help.
It was very, very fun. I'd be happy to talk about that or participate in watch-alongs at any time. All right, I am gonna sign off. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. All right. And thank you, chat. I still technically have an hour left in stream, but like I feel pretty satisfied with what I posted, so I don't know. I don't really have a good idea for what to do to continue tonight, so I think I might just call it early. Let's see, who can I throw a raid to, though? Oh, well, first things first, let me... And let's settle down in here. So, thank you all, as always, for hanging out with me. I would have done this, and I would have enjoyed doing this, because Julep is fantastic company, regardless. But, thank you. I got it from Chow Chowiden. I have his business card linked down below in the panels. He does really fantastic work. I was consulted on this background every step of the way. Very well connected, very responsive artist. Highly recommend. Let's see. But yeah, like I would have had a great day of doing this regardless, because Julep is just a very fun company. But y'all really were a great crowd today. Now let's see. On my next stream, since I should probably do promos too. Oh, first off, it's been a little while since I did the last one of these. Let's get one of these for Julep. He's taking a little break at the moment just to recover a little bit from some carpal tunnel, but says that he's planning to be back soon, so can look forward to that. Beyond that... Well, beyond that, I guess, for my personal plugs, if you would like to stay up to date on when I'm streaming, you can follow me here. You can follow me on Twitter. You can also join the Discord. That's !Discord if you want to join in. Or, actually, wait, I don't know if that's a command I actually have set to anyone can do it at the moment. I'll just do it myself real quick. So if you want to, that's an option. You're welcome to join in there. My next stream is going to be tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight. I'm going to be continuing a tabletop campaign that I've been running with some friends called The Right People. It is set in the City of Mist, a urban fantasy film noir mashup where elements of stories and tales and legends are brought to life, reenacting themselves over in modern times in a city that's the best and the worst of all of us. If that sounds vague but interesting, awesome. I hope you'll consider checking it out. We got a really fun cast of characters, a depressed barista empowered by the Bermuda Triangle, a single mother who is embodied the BioShock series, a social media engineering con woman who has the abilities of a novel about artificial humanoid dryad. It's a fun time, and we got a lot of fun players for that too. So if you're interested, I hope you'll check it out. Beyond that, though, I think it's about time for me to pick a raid target to throw us over to. So let's see who's streaming first and foremost. Aw, thank you, Happy. Okay. If anyone has any suggestions, I'm also open to hearing those. At the moment, the options I'm considering are Chibi Robo, what's the full title? Park Patrol, Minecraft, Banjo-Tooie, or Valheim. Is anyone interested in any of those 4 games? First game I see in chat will be the game that I'll throw us over to. Again, that's Chibi Robo, Park Patrol, Banjo-Tooie, Minecraft, or Valheim. Stretch. What you thinking, chat? Excuse me. Think you want ice cream? That's not one of the answers, Heavy, and you know it. Alright, Alright, well, I know that my partner is a very big fan of the Banjo-Kazooie series, so I think I'll throw us over to Banjo-Tooie. Alright, and this is spelled... I always miss the pronunciation because it's one of them French names. Yes, there we go. Alright. Now, if you would like to use a raid message, we have those both in emote form, as well as in standard form. If you want to use either, if you want to switch out emotes, if you want to say nothing at all, go for it. I'm not the boss of you. Sometimes I'm not even the boss of myself. But I would like everyone to lean in real close, especially you, Julep. I want you to all lean in real close, though. I got something for you. Are you close? Are you up against your monitors now? There you go. I hope you enjoyed it. That was your thank you kiss for being such wonderful little jack-o'-lovelies and sticking with me. But for now, let's go say hi to Joyous. And I hope everyone, until I see you again, has a very joyous rest of your day.
I walk in and get a well howdy. Well howdy, partner.
Welcome back to the
Hi, peculiar little rabbit. Thanks so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. We are playing a Banjo-Tooie. I'm doing